Happy Pokemon Day! Reminder to make AZ a single father. Also really nice emote. Welcome to You're Just a Third Wheeler. It's been a bit since I played a one-shot otome game. One single VOD one. This should be pretty short. I am so excited for this though. Me. The household's alive with the sounds of productivity. The servants are running around like headless chickens, polishing this, sweeping that. Oh, the little hat for the menu. Look at this menu, please. Thinking about the midnight, please. All very noble and hardworking, I'm sure, but also terribly inefficient. Which is why I, Mayrin Wheeler, Bridgeguard III, genius and visionary, have decided to revolutionize cleaning. With magic. Obviously. Why would these poor souls struggle when a little spark of brilliance, aka me, can make their lives so much better? Okay, so first things first, we're gonna have to explode this house. By better, I mean chaotic, fabulous, and potentially catastrophic. It's a win-win! Let's see, fire for instant dust removal, water for a sparkling finish, a touch of wind for that refreshing breeze, or maybe flowers? Me doing my dailies in Genshin. Mom's always whining about how lifeless the house looks. Decisions. How do we remove this life? I just feel like a visionary would have a more extravagant hat. She's working on it. Maybe she burnt her last one. Oh, we can choose what magic to do. Press the magic button when available on the corner left to unleash Mayrin's powerful elemental magic when it's ready to disrupt Mayrin's fate. Nothing yet? Am I hesitating? Nah, I'm just savoring the suspense. Yeah, that's it. Everyone loves suspense. I did joke about burning the house down, so... Fire only run, let's go. Fire it is, instant dust removal. The cobwebs are gone, and so are the curtains, and the tapestry, and oh, would you look at that, the chandelier's now a statement piece. A burning statement piece. The servants burst into the room like a haphazard cavalry charge. Winifred storms in, brandishing her mop like a battle axe. This is why magic should be illegal indoors. I'm being oppressed. Reginald, still clinging to his ladder, shrieks as the flames start licking at the chandelier. Barnaby naturally panics and crashes into the nearest table, sending the vase and himself flying. Just as the chaos reaches its peak, the door swings open, and Shinra strides in like a man who's seen the end of his patience but keeps walking anyway. That's none of his business. He raises a single hand and the flames vanish instantly, leaving behind a faint smell of singed pride. Happy pride, big brother. Mayrin, what in the flaming abyss possessed you to use fire magic indoors? It was an experiment. Experiment? Oh good, shall we also experiment with evacuating the staff, or perhaps rebuilding the mansion from ashes? Come on, it's Pride! You can't scold me when it's Pride, right? Happy Pride? You're being dramatic. I'm being dramatic, says the person who turned the chandelier into a flaming wrecking ball. Shinra pinches the bridge of his nose, muttering something about mother's genes and a lifetime of migraines. I see who takes after Dad. These two are the kids of two characters in Fantasia at Regime's End, which is a good otome game. It's really good. But that's just one possible pairing that you can make. There's several different pairings you can make with the characters. Like, alongside your own romance. It's very sweet. I would hope the mansion architect took fire magic into account. Next time, experiment on something that isn't flammable, or better yet, don't experiment at all. You're telling me not to experiment during Pride? Just sit still. Quietly. Without touching anything. Before I can sneak off, Shinra grabs me like I'm a sack of potatoes and tosses me over his shoulder. Not your spiky shoulder. Put me down. I'll tell Mom. Good, she's expecting us. Here I am, unceremoniously dumped into the sitting room by my ever-graceful brother Shinra. Not that I'm unaccustomed to dramatics, it's just usually me who's in control of them. Father, Mother, Mayrin's done it again. Fire, water, vines, take your pick. Oh, oh, he became fancy. Oh, he's really moved up in the world. Oh, and I can't say I'm single, but consider. Have you considered the third and maybe a fourth? Hi, Ivory. No magical diary yet. We're probably not getting another one for 10 years. Now you're just a third wheeler. Father sighs so profoundly, I'm half worried he might collapse into a black hole of despair. Honestly, if I weren't so dazzling, I'd probably feel bad. Probably. Someone save that girl from herself and take away her hat. No, it's her charm point. If she takes it off, then everyone will keep calling her Miku. You don't want that, do you? I doesn't even blink, she just squints a little. You have the option to use magic now. Mayrin, you're 23, you should be preparing to take on real responsibilities, not testing how quickly you can turn this estate into a spectacle. Not Witch Miku! I don't want to set her parents on fire, but I did say this was going to be a fire-only run. Do I? What could the consequences possibly be? Visual novels are famous for not having consequences for your actions. I shouldn't have. Responsibilities? Oh, you mean the endless drudgery of societal expectations? Please, Father, I'm capable of so much more. If by pushing boundaries you mean terrorizing his staff, then yes, you're an innovator. Shut it, Shinra. Huh? Yeah, I love you. And Witch Miku loves you too, probably. Shut it, Shinra. Your opinion holds less weight than a feather in a hurricane. Mayrin, your so-called innovation is a menace. You're supposed to be preparing to manage your responsibilities, not wreaking havoc. Havoc, that's such a small-minded word, Father. I'm laying the groundwork for magical breakthroughs, transformative ones. Just occasionally peeking over at her brother. Just a little fire magic as a treat. As a treat for me. Okay, Father? Okay? I raise my hand and snap my fingers, summoning a controlled burst of fire. Instantly, the soot and dust in the corners ignite into tiny, harmless embers. See? Efficient. There, problem solved. Fire magic, the fastest way to clean up accumulated grime. You're welcome. Aw, Mayrin, creative as always, but I think the servants would prefer not getting burned alive. Mayrin, this is a sitting room, not a blacksmith's floor to stop this madness. It's called progress, Father. Honestly, the servants should be thanking me. Father looks seconds away from bursting his hemorrhoids. Like the scent of fresh lemons, you see, as he gestures wildly at the slightly singed curtains. Right, so maybe the corners are a bit more dramatic now, still better than dusty. Transformative. Last week you transformed the dining room into a more fire magic. See? Efficient. Oh, okay, it just loops. Miniature version of the... We transformed the dining room into the realm of the dead. That's called creative exploration. Something you as a royal maid should appreciate. Or are you content with mediocrity these days? Altair, you're missing the bigger picture. She's creative, talented, spirited. But do you really stifle that? Yes, before the stables catch fire next. Aw, she never burned the stable. She loved the horses. Yeah, you see, she's a good girl. Exactly. Horses are valuable. Curtains, on the other hand, are replaceable. You see, this is exactly what I mean. Darling, have some tea. Mayrin, biscuits? Biscuits sound divine, thank you. Why, you're rewarding her chaos. I'm fostering her potential, there's a difference. Divorce. And then I can have her. When exactly does her potential include turning the sitting room into a wind tunnel? When it inspires her. Who doesn't love a little indoor adventure? Thank you, Mom. You're a beacon of reason in an otherwise dreary lecture. Mayrin, why do you insist on this constant chaos? Yeah, the classic question. Why, Mayrin, must you disrupt the peace with your genius? If only they could keep up. I rise, smoothing my cloak, and fix Father with a dignified look. If I'm to be questioned, I'll answer like the legend I am. Father, let me enlighten you. I, Mayrin Wheeler Bridgeguard III, am not chaotic, I am burdened. Burdened is not what you call it. I am simply too beautiful, my lips too kissable, my hair too luscious and Miku-like. Yes, burdened by the impossible standards set by my illustrious siblings. It's a miracle I managed to shine at all. Mom's eyes light up like she's been handed a front row seat to the greatest show on earth. Oh, do go on, darling. This is marvelous. Let's start with Shinra, the knightly paragon, captain of the Royal Knights, beloved by all. He's basically a walking heroic anthem. I'm right here, Mayrin. And yet tragically irrelevant to my point. Shinra raises a hand in mock surrender and leans back, clearly enjoying himself. And there's Ivan, our scholarly overlord. Her ideas of fun is debating ancient runes with herself. Oh, probably gets along with, would it be... technically not blood related. Is there a word for the, I guess just plain childhood friends? Honorary uncle? Probably gets along with her honorary uncle, right? Kylie, the alchemist with an impressive record of explosions, and yet she's the creative genius. If I blow up one curtain, I'm reckless. Double standards much? Oh, so they should be used to the explosions by now. Lynn, the silent, shadowy sibling everyone fawns over because oh, so mysterious. Congratulations, Lynn, you cornered the market on brooding. Altair and Mai have really gotten... How, the furniture... What do you mean, the furniture duelist? You can't sit anywhere without worrying he'll challenge the sofa to a duel. What does that mean? And Zemo, he enchanted my soup spoon to sing, Father. A spoon while I ate. Corners are where most of the brooding is done, and that's why we gotta keep them clean with fire. And yet, despite all this chaos, I'm the one who gets questioned. Me, for simply being extraordinary. How many siblings is that? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She's the 7th? I didn't realize. Extraordinary. Is that what we're calling singed lampshades and misplaced ambition? I'll let her finish, Altair. She's just warming up. How, though? Are they adopted? It just seems really difficult to achieve if it's just Altair getting pegged. How do I stand out amidst this chaos? By being unforgettable, by being brilliant, and yes, by occasionally singeing a curtain. It's called flair, Father, look it up. Well said, darling, a bit theatrical, but that's your charm. Aw, thanks, Mama. By her encouraging her again. Of course I am, she's right. She's surrounded by overachievers with terrible naming conventions. Well, what do they name their spells? Thank you. Finally, someone acknowledges the real tragedy here, our names. There is nothing wrong with your names. Zemo Octothorpe, Father. You named him after punctuation. Altair? I told you not to name him after punctuation. It's symbolic of your inability to name children properly. To be fair, 7 children were ambitious. All thanks to that all thanks to that fertility potion you so proudly concocted. Not this again. Oh, yes, this again. Let's have a big family, you said. It'll be fun, you said. 7 children later, I've started calling them by numbers. frankly, I'm surprised I wasn't just named the third. At least then it would have been honest. Aw, darling, you'd still make it sound glamorous. Mayrin the third, ruling over all with fiery brilliance. Thank you, Mom. At least someone sees my potential. She's 23. She should be preparing for marriage, not turning the estate into a circus. I don't think marriage can dim that brilliance, Alistair. Altair? Who's Alistair? Exactly. Thank you, Mom. Always, darling. Now someone fetch the biscuits, please. I need a drink. Make it a strong one. You'll need it. Father facepalms, the universal sign that he's regretting every decision that led to this moment. A small but satisfying victory to me. There were fairly common first names in ancient Rome that directly translate to the second, the third, etc. Yeah, and we've still got stuff like that, like Ichiro and Jiro, Saburo, first son, second son, third son. If you're so determined to stand out, then it's time you put your magic to real use. I've had enough of this chaos. Am I going on a quest? Oh, good. So we agree it's a necessary part of life? No, what we agree on is that you need structure, focus, and consequences. Yes, consequences. My old nemesis. You're entering the annual Potion Masters competition. We're in Potionomics now. I'm sorry, what now? You heard me. You'll compete, you'll win, you'll prove you're capable of something other than exploding sofas. If I refuse? Then you'll be grounded, no magic, no leaving the house for 6 months. 6 months? I clutch my chest like he's just stabbed me with a dull spoon. Father, that's barbaric. 6 months I'll wither away into obscurity. She really will go stir crazy and set this place on fire. And yet somehow we'll all survive. Are you sure about that, Altair? Aw, don't be so dramatic, Mayrin. The competition will be fun. Think of all the chaos you can create in a controlled environment. Controlled is the key word here. The judges won't tolerate explosions or theatrics. You'll need discipline. Discipline? Me? Father, you're practically asking the sun to stop shining. Don't worry, Mayrin. I'm sure you'll find a way to make it memorable. Her faith in me is touching, Shinra, really. You'll enter the competition or you'll face the consequences. The choice is yours. I glare at Father, but he's utterly unmoved. Typical. The man has the emotional range of a brick wall when it comes to negotiations. Fine, I'll enter, but don't expect me to hold back. If they can't handle brilliance, that's their problem. Everyone will die. Brilliance is fine, just don't burn down the palace. Aw, darling, don't be so restrictive. A little fire always adds excitement. This isn't about excitement, Maya, it's about responsibility. Responsibility, etc. Got it, but when I succeed, and I will, you have to admit that I'm the greatest mage this family's ever produced. I already think that. Aw. Please, you're not helping. Wasn't trying to. God help them. As I leave the room, the weight of the assignment starts to sink in. I will have to create a potion that will redefine magic. It's bold, risky, and exactly the challenge I've been waiting for. Finally, a chance to prove not just to my family, but to the entire kingdom that Mayrin Wheeler Bridgeguard III isn't just another name in the family tree. I'm destined for greatness, and this is only the beginning. I sit in my room surrounded by a fortress of books, notes, and alchemical ingredients that range from harmless to possibly illegal in 12 kingdoms, but not this kingdom, right? Not this one? A true testament to my dedication. Or desperation. If Mayrin wins the tournament and gains renown, she might leave the house and we can start keeping plants indoors again. Yeah, that's the plan. The Potion Masters competition looms like a storm cloud over my otherwise brilliant existence. Winning is non-negotiable. Losing, I shudder to think. Father ground me so hard they named me a type of prison after it. Her little cauldron. Her little stock image cauldron, that's so cute. Mayrin, that's too many fish. I flip through yet another book, muttering under my breath, as I skim the overly dramatic prose of ancient potion masters. The essence of alchemy lies in the balance of elements. Yes, very profound. Now, tell me how to make something explode into glitter. The words blur together until finally I stumble upon a passage that makes me sit up straighter than Shinra at an award ceremony. The love potion! The most elusive, complex, and delicate potion ever devised. Oh, didn't Denzel have one of those? My eyes light up, my heart skips a beat. The love potion, the ultimate challenge, the piece de resistance of potion making. The kind of potion legends are made of, or in my case, infamy. Are you sure, Mayrin? Perfect. A potion so difficult even experts fear it? That sounds exactly like something I'd excel at, or destroy spectacularly trying. I slam the book shut, sending a small cloud of dust into the air and dramatically point at my cauldron like it owes me money. Prepare yourself, cauldron. We're about to make history, or at least something vaguely drinkable. I gather the ingredients with the precision of a conductor assembling an orchestra. Rose petals for romance, moon water for mystery, stardust for in stars and time. The first attempt is, let's call it, a learning experience. Potion bubbles weakly, emitting a smell that can only be described as wet sock dipped in regret. Charming, but not quite legendary. Undeterred, I grab another set of ingredients and double down. This time the potion bubbles ominously before spitting out a single soggy petal. It looks almost apologetic. Wheezing. Oh no, you don't get to fail me twice, we're doing this again. By the third attempt, frustration set in. Darling, what this potion needs is a spark of brilliance. Personal touch, a little magic fire time. I pace around the room, pondering my options like a general preparing for battle. Fire for passion, water for elegance, wind for flair, or maybe earth for a grounding vibe. Decisions. All fire, all the time. I pause dramatically, one hand on my chin, the other on my hip, as if the entire kingdom waits with bated breath for my next move. This is it. This is the moment I prove I'm not just a genius, but an artist. Cauldron gurgles quietly, as if nervous about what's coming next. Understandable. I'm feeling unpredictable today. With a flourish, I decide it's time to commit. Let's see which element will make this potion truly unforgettable. Fire magic. Bold, dramatic, and absolutely guaranteed to make this potion unforgettable. What could possibly go wrong? I love how the whole screen gets set on fire whenever she uses that. I summon a lick of flame, letting it dance over the rim of the cauldron. The potion bubbles furiously, glowing a vivid red. For a moment, it looks like I've done it. I've cracked the code. Then boom. Bad end. The explosion's so loud it rattles the chandeliers, shatters windows, and sends my collection of potion books flying like startled birds. The room fills with smoke, glitter, and what I can only describe as the smell of roasted despair. From somewhere in the mansion, a distant crash echoes, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone yelling, "Oh no!" Mayrin! Shinra storms in, covered in what looks like soot and rose petals. He freezes, taking in the destruction, the scorched walls, the overturned furniture, the smoldering remains of my cauldron. Our house! You blew up half the mansion! Okay, in my defense, it was only one wing, and honestly, it was overdue for a remodel. Behind him, Father appears, his face a mask of unbridled fury. If looks could kill, I'd already be a pile of ash. Mayrin Wheeler, Bride Guard III, what have you done? Improvise? You destroyed the West Wing. I loved that show. The dining hall, the library, Shinra's quarter, his bed. Again. Again, and for what? Mum strolls in, far too calm for the situation. She surveys the chaos with a delighted grin, as if I'd just thrown her a surprise party. Oh, Mayrin, you really outdone yourself this time. The West Wing does look airy now. Aye, this is not the time. Aw, come on, Altair. She's just expressing herself creatively. She's grounded for 6 months, no magic, no leaving the house. Grounded? I'm 23, Father. You can't ground an adult. Watch me. This is outrageous. I'm a brilliant, independent mage. I will not be treated like a child. You just blew up half the mansion like a child. I glare at Shinra, who lets out the most exasperated sigh I've ever heard. At this point, I'm considering moving into a tent. Safer there. Aw, darling, don't sulk. Think of it as quality time with your family. Are we all gonna just sleep in the living room now? Quality time, Mom, I'm gonna lose my mind. Good, that means you'll be inspired. Mother storms out muttering something about repair costs and royal embarrassment. Shinra trudges after him, still brushing rose petals off his armor. Mom, meanwhile, winks at me like this is all some grand joke. Cheer up, love, you made history. No one will ever forget this explosion. I collapse onto the remains of my chair, my dignity reduced to ashes alongside the West Wing. I'm just imagining her making the Ashita no Joe pose. Potion completely unsalvageable, my pride burnt to a crisp. Bad ending, I burned half the house. Okay, let's do better this time. Water for elegance, wind for flair, earth for grounding. Elegance, flair, or grounding. Yeah, let's try some earth. Grounded, nurturing, perfect for a love potion. Let's see if this brings the balance it needs. Ooh, a sprinkle of touch of earth magic into the mixture. The potion bubbles lazily, emitting a pleasant floral scent. For a moment, I think I cracked it. And then it congeals into a lumpy purple thing. It jiggles ominously. Is it supposed to jiggle? I don't think it's supposed to jiggle. I sigh, staring at the failed potion. It's not a complete disaster, but it's also not great. Still, progress is progress. Maybe. How exactly is she going to test this potion? You want a little jiggle in it? Yeah, like Jello shots. Alright, back to the books. The Potion Masters competition won't know what hit it. I'm exhausted. I lie sprawled on the floor, staring up at the ceiling like it holds the answers to my increasingly disappointing life. The potion gurgles ominously in the cauldron, now resembling some kind of lumpy soup of failure. Is the energy somewhere to go? It avoids combustion. You're so right. Why is brilliance so hard? Is this what geniuses have to endure? Constant mediocrity. As I wallow in self-pity, a shadow looms over me. I opened one eye to see Mum standing there, her hands on her hips and an annoyingly amused smile on her face. Having fun down there, darling? If you mean being mocked by a stubborn potion and my own incompetence, then yes, loads of it. Mum crunches down, her eyes sparkling in that way that makes me nervous. It's the same look she gets before suggesting something unhinged. I mean, why don't we just ask Uncle Zen for advice? You know, there is a special ingredient that might just make this potion work. I squinted her, trying to gauge if this is another one of her infamous helpful ideas. Dawn, what ingredient? A mermaid's tear. Want to make a mermaid cry? I blink. I blink again. Surely I misheard. I'm sorry, did you say a mermaid's tear? As in from an actual mermaid? You do realize mermaids are extinct, right? Mostly, but their tears are still legendary, said to have unparalleled magical properties. They can change hearts, reshape destinies, you name it. And you just know this? Of course. I stumbled upon the recipe while exterminating an eldritch abomination at sea. Wait, are you allowed to call things eldritch when elves exist? You can't just say an elf-like abomination when elves are a species, right? Hang on, taking a sip. It was terrorizing some poor fishermen, very rude of it. Lots of heads, you know how it is. Sorry. She says this so casually, like she's recounting a mildly inconvenient trip to the market. But knowing how Mum was a bigger menace than myself, I instantly believe her. Oh, you don't know the half of it, Mayrin. And during this totally normal day for you, you just happened to find out about mermaid tears? Well, I came across one. Almost got my hands on it too, but it turns out you need more than one person to actually acquire it. Something about trust and teamwork, blah blah blah. You need to make out in front of the mermaid. The mermaid likes to watch. I narrow my eyes at her, trying to piece together logic or lack thereof. Now, darling, I could arrange something for you. Arrange what? Another Eldritch Abomination counter? Because honestly, I think I'd rather deal with the potion. Oh no, nothing like that, although... Hang on. I'm doing my best around here. Although, no, not this time. What I mean is, I could get your father to help fund a little expedition. I squint at her, suspicion rising faster than a loaf of enchanted bread. She really likes these metaphors. Similes, I mean. An expedition to find mermaid tears? Exactly, it'll be educational, enlightening. Possibly catastrophic. I love catastrophic. But you're used to that by now. She twirls around the room like she's pitching the idea of a garden party. And you think Father will just agree to this? Anything that gets her out of the house. Oh, heavens no, which is why you mustn't tell him it was my idea. Mom. Oh, don't mom me. Your father's been far too restrictive lately. All this grounding nonsense and responsibility talk. 7 children in, my is still the same. Honestly, it's like he's forgotten he married a woman who gave birth to 7 magical children. 7, Mayrin. Do you know what that does to a person? Makes them amazing and beautiful? And possibly a little vengeful, yes. I'm really worried about their marriage. She plants her hands on her hips, looking both devious and delighted. It's a terrifying combination. This expedition will be good for you. A little adventure, some fresh air, maybe even a few life lessons. And let's be honest, it'll get you out of this mansion for a bit. We all win. I blink, trying to process the audacity of this plan, then I realize it's brilliant. So, you're saying I should just pack my bags, play along, and let Father think it was all his idea? Oh, you're catching on. This will be our little secret. He winks at me, and for a moment I feel like I've just been inducted into some kind of mischievous conspiracy, which honestly I'm not mad about. A little secret, huh? Alright, Mum, but if this goes horribly wrong, I'm blaming you. Of course you are. That's what I'm here for. She ruffles my hair like I'm still a child, which would be annoying if it weren't also weirdly comforting. Then she steps back, her expression turning uncharacteristically serious. Pack your bags, and whatever happens, just follow through. Trust me. That glint in her eye is back, playful and dangerous. I feel a mix of excitement and dread bubbling in my chest. As she sweeps out of the room, I stare after her, equal parts exhilarated and terrified. This is either going to be the best idea she's ever had or the worst, probably both. The next morning, I'm summoned to the sitting room. Again. I think Father enjoys these dramatic meetings, but I know better. He just likes a good excuse to lecture me while pretending he's wise. When I arrive, he's standing at the head of the table, arms crossed, with the smug expression of a man who thinks he's just solved all the world's problems. Mom is seated beside him, her expression so calm it's downright suspicious. Mayron Wheeler Brideguard III, I've been thinking. I've actually been misreading it this entire time as Bridgeguard. It's Brideguard. Oh no, this is about to be a father thinks he's brilliant speech. I brace myself. After much contemplation, I decided to send you on an expedition to acquire a mermaid's tear. Wow, he really thinks this was his idea. I glance at Mum, who raises her teacup to her lips and takes a long, deliberate sip. She doesn't say a word. Father, you're so wise and generous to think of this. Truly an inspiration to us all. Well, someone had to think of a solution. Your talents require guidance, and this will not only help you in the competition, but also teach you responsibility. I managed to keep a straight face, though it's a struggle. Oh, she has the same cat smile as mine. Out of the corner of my eye, Mum's shoulders shake slightly. Oh, she is loving this. Absolutely, responsibility very important, and the competition, of course. Not at all a way to send me away for a few weeks so you can enjoy some peace and quiet. Wait, what? He blinks, but before he can process my jab, he clears his throat and continues, as if he's still completely in control. I'll arrange for Shinra and a few bodyguards to escort you. It's a dangerous journey, and I'd rather not have to explain to the kingdom why my daughter got eaten by, say, a giant sea beast. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting eaten by a giant sea beast. Bodyguards? Really? We don't need a babysitter. Aw, darling, it's not babysitting, it's... Do you know what an otome game is? Supervision. Mom's voice is light, but her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes. There's a flicker of something there, something dark and terrifying. A silent morning. Ah, there it is, the look, the one that says, do as I say or else. I swallow my protests and plaster on the most strained smile I can muster. Fine, Shinra and bodyguards, lovely, truly. Mother nods, clearly oblivious to my sarcasm. Mom, however, gives me the faintest wink over the rim of her teacup. A nerve. Good. I'll have Shinra briefed and the arrangements made by tomorrow. Do not disappoint me, Mayron. I wouldn't dream of it, Father. Truly, you're an inspiration. He nods again, completely buying it, and strides out of the room, looking far too pleased with himself. The moment he's out of earshot, I turn to Mom. You couldn't have left out the bodyguards, could you? Aw, darling, where's the fun in that? Besides, this'll be an adventure. Think of it as character development. You mean torture. Semantics. She waves a hand dismissively, her expression as serene as a summer breeze. As I step out of the room, still fuming about the whole bodyguard situation, I catch the sound of Father's voice drifting from down the hall. Naturally, my curiosity gets the better of me, and I stop just outside the door to eavesdrop, like any responsible adult would. Shinra, I needed to go with Mayron on this expedition. Well, why me? Leonidas has this covered. He's practically a saint. I'm not leaving my daughter alone with two strangers, especially since they're both men. Like, two strangers? Men? What exactly have they signed me up for? An otome game, catch up. Father, Leonidas is practically incorruptible. A man's sense of duty rivals a brick wall. And as for the other one, well, he might be violent, but he's a professional. That's precisely why you're going. I trust Leonidas, but the other one. Someone needs to supervise him. And Mayron. Babysitting my sister and an insane mercenary. Wonderful. I stifle a laugh. Oh, this is gonna be good. It's your duty as her brother and the captain of the Royal Knights. You just love saying that, don't you? Immensely. Now, no arguments, you're going. I love how even when he's pleased with himself, he's doing the he's doing the half face palm. Fine, but don't blame me if I lose my patience and toss her into the nearest lake. If you do, make sure it's a shallow one. I hear the sound of Shinra sighing, the kind of sigh that says he's utterly resigned to his fate. It's almost musical. Grinning, I step away from the door and head down the hall, plotting my next move. As I stroll away, I can't help but laugh softly to myself. Oh, Shinra, you have no idea what's coming. Fireball, 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 fireball. The next morning, the household gathers to see me off. By gathers, I mean my parents stand on the front steps, looking either too excited or too relieved to send me away. It's a mixed bag of emotions, really. Remember, Maven? This is a chance to prove yourself. Represent our family with dignity and competence. I can give you one of those. Now, of course, Father, dignity and competence are practically my middle names. Have fun, darling. Don't forget to write. Or don't. Surprises are more exciting. Mum waves cheerfully, clearly enjoying this far more than she should. Meanwhile, Shinra stands next to a pile of my things, possibly praying to the god of death. Mayrin, why are there so many bags? Because I'm a lady of sophistication, Shinra. These are essentials. Essentials? There are 4 trunks. Who's supposed to carry all this? I mean, it's 1 for each of the bodyguards, and then 2 for you, big brother. You, obviously. He groans loudly, dragging a hand down his face. Of course I am. As Shinra mutters something about knights not being glorified porters. Hey. Oh, hat toggle. I turn to survey the rest of my entourage. Then I see him. Furry. Standing serenely by the carriage with soft pink hair that practically glows in the sunlight is a nomad, or maybe he used to be one. Ooh, very peaceful. He's tall, strong, radiating an air of calm that seems wildly out of place considering the chaos around us. Oh no, he's beautiful. This is unfair. Mayrin, let me introduce you to Leonidas. Because he's a lion. He's the Royal Knight's #1 battle monk and apparently your babysitter. It's a pleasure to officially accompany you, Lady Maven. He bows slightly, his tone polite and steady. I squint at him, trying to place where I've seen him before, set him on fire. With a flourish of my hands, I summon a burst of fire, just a little spark to ruffle him up, nothing major. The flames wrap around him harmlessly, casting a dramatic golden glow that makes him look like a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Oh no, why is he more fabulous? Lady Maven, was that really necessary? His voice is calm, but there's a slight edge to it, and I can see his patience wearing thin. Shinra groans from the side, already regretting this. This is going to be a long trip. Just as I'm about to settle into the carriage and accept my fate of traveling with Mr. Perfect, I want to make him worse. A deafening explosion rocks the courtyard. Smoke billows, the ground shakes, and from the carnage emerges him. This is a vtuber. A figure strides confidently through the dust, his hood pulled low, the silver cloak billowing dramatically in the wind that seems to exist solely for his entrance. Tattoos spiral down his exposed arms, a gleaming crossbow is slung across his back, and twin daggers glint at his sides. He stops just short of the carriage, standing there like a monument to edgy coolness. Who are you? The figure tilts his head slightly, the shadow of his hood obscuring his face. When he finally speaks, his voice is calm and low, each word landing like a mic drop. Oh cool, so they invented microphones. Angelo Valmont. That's it? No title, no explanation, just his name, topped with the weight of someone who knows he doesn't need to explain himself. I glance at Leonidas, who looks mildly intrigued, and then at Shinra, who just gapes and then shakes his head defeated. Is that all you're going to say? Yes. Before I can decide if I'm impressed or annoyed, Mom steps forward, clapping her hands like she's just unveiled a masterpiece. It's me, I'm the masterpiece. Mom claps her hands together like this whole display was orchestrated just for her entertainment. Perfect. This is Angelo, the bodyguard I hired. Of course you were responsible for this one. Father flinches visibly like someone just dropped a toad down his robes. Of course this is the guy you picked. You know her, she's the woman you married. Isn't he magnificent? So efficient, so mysterious. Look at that cloakwork, you'd think he rehearsed it. Fire time. As we stand in the courtyard, Angelo's cool, detached demeanor practically dares me to do something reckless. Honestly, who am I to resist temptation? I cross my arms, narrowing my eyes at him, as an idea forms in my head. Angelo, you're here to protect me, right? Yes. And I think it's only fair I test your capabilities. For safety reasons, of course. He tilts his head slightly, clearly unfazed, and his cloak billows dramatically in the non-existent wind. He's just doing that himself. Go ahead. The audacity, the nerve. I like it. Oh no, Marin, don't. Oh yes, this is gonna be fantastic. Mom claps her hands practically vibrating with excitement. Father, meanwhile, mutters something under his breath about deep breathing exercises. I'll tear your hernia. With a flourish, I summon a fiery blaze and hurl it directly at Angelo. It roars towards him like a dragon's breath, illuminating the courtyard in a dramatic glow. Without breaking a sweat, Angelo sidesteps the flames, his expression unchanging as he watches them fizzle out harmlessly. Not bad. He nods slightly in approval, but there's a hint of a smirk on his face. Father Green groans, burying his face in his hands. Think positively, Altair, she's leaving. This is a small blessing. Leonidas, on the other hand, looks decidedly less impressed. Lady Mayron, was that necessary? Well, I was planning on going on his route first, but I'm starting to think that that might not be possible. Absolutely. Oh, this is wonderful. I knew hiring Angelo was a good idea. Just leave already. Please. Oh, also, Bayi. There's an Undertale fanfiction, not Undertale, there's an In Stars in Time fanfiction that I really, really like, and it just updated. Just today, with 3 new chapters. Are you in? Are you in? To watch Sifrin accumulate more trauma. It's real good. It's some real good trauma. I'm surrounded by lunatics. Always have been, buddy. Angelo doesn't say anything else, simply nods. Anyway, it's clear this trip is gonna be eventful. Yes, that's the one. That's the one! The chokehold of a broken bond. Yeah. The carriage is ready, the horses are restless, and I'm standing triumphantly in the courtyard with my 4 meticulously packed bags. Naturally, I turn to my esteemed companions, the picture of elegance and grace. Alright, gentlemen, my luggage isn't gonna carry itself, chop chop. Leonidas steps forward first, grabbing 2 of the bags with ease. Oh, so kind. His massive frame barely strains under the weight as he hoists them up like they're filled with feathers instead of my most prized possessions. Ready. I blink. Well, that was unexpected. Shinra, not one to be outdone because no bride guard ever is, grabs another bag with an exaggerated sigh. Fine, I'll take this one. If he really wanted to not be outdone, he would have grabbed 3 bags, my remaining 2 and then another one just because. But then he pauses, glancing at Leonidas, who's standing there with 2 bags and not even a hint of effort on his face. With a determined look, he grabs the 4th bag. Attaboy. I'll take this one too. Oh dear, it's happening again. A bride guard overachiever system's kicked in. The boss. I watch as Shinra attempts to carry both bags at once, his arms visibly straining. How much did we pack? Ah, my dear brother, always trying to prove something. It's almost touching. Almost. Angelo, meanwhile, steps forward silently. Without a word, he grabs one of the bags from Shinra, slinging it over his shoulder with a single, smooth motion. He doesn't look at anyone, walking straight to the carriage. Handled. Shinra stiffens, his pride clearly wounded, but he says nothing. Glances around quickly, probably hoping no one noticed. Leonidas naturally says nothing, his serene expression unchanged as he waits by the carriage. Oh, isn't this just charming? My brave escorts working so hard for little old me. Truly, I'm blessed. Don't push it, Mayrin. I smirk, climbing into the carriage as my 3 companions load my luggage. This trip is already off to a fantastic start. As we settle into the carriage, I dramatically unfold the map that Mum gave me, holding it up like I'm revealing the secrets of the universe. Oh! I don't remember ever seeing a map before. Behold our destination, the southern sea of certain doom and questionable sanity. Oh. Let me start from the bottom. Oh. Oh, that's a nice location. Surrounded by trees, and also the ocean is there. Great Keep Range, Eastern Forest. None of this is ringing a bell immediately. Thunderbee. Yeah, new game! You're just a third wheeler with a fort-rate deck. Okay, yeah, none of these locations are sounding familiar to me from the other Fantasia games. What now? It's a working title. Mum marked the spot right here. Somewhere under this terrifyingly ominous stretch of ocean lies the legendary mermaid tier. We're trying to get it, to up our potion game. Because the mermaid's tier contains a lot of magical energy. Mum was close to obtaining one before, but, I don't know, something happened last minute. She didn't mention how exactly to obtain one, but she said that, you need more than one person to get it. So now I'm wondering if the trick is, since this is an otome game, to make out in front of the mermaid. You gotta give the mermaid a cuck chair. Joey has a pretty hilarious deck, in all honesty. I don't remember, did he have a gimmick? Shuna leans forward, studying the map with his usual nightly seriousness. I'll need a proper plan for this. We're going to require magic to breathe underwater, supplies for the journey, and a ship. Yes, a ship. I love shipping. I jingle the pouch of coins Mum gave me, to sound bright and cheerful against the heavy atmosphere. No worries, Mum gave me enough to cover everything, including snacks. Snack time's very important. Add a lot of luck-based cards. How'd that work out for him? Juno's smirk slowly spreads across his face as realization dawns. Ah, of course, this has Mum written all over it. I give him my best innocent look, but the jig is up. Shuna knows exactly whose idea this little adventure was. There's something else you should know about this place. Leonidas' serene voice cuts through the moment, drawing all our attention. The southern sea is said to be guarded by an ancient deity, Girganos, a 5-headed serpent monstrosity said to dwell in the depths, protecting the treasures of the ocean. Many have tried to pass through its waters and failed. He speaks with the calm gravitas of a scholar sharing a dark legend. It would be haunting if Shinra and I didn't immediately burst into laughter. Won't be a problem. Mom killed it. Oh, that's the abomination she was talking about. What? Yeah, Mom took it out ages ago. Before we were even born, she was on a mission or something. Apparently it was a contract. She handled it in, 3 days? 2. Leonidas blinks at us, clearly trying to process this absurd revelation. Your mother killed Girganos. The Girganos alone. Yeah? I mean, it might have been with her brother. As mermaids have no legs and cannot thus walk, they'd likely have a wheelchair, thus they could always take their own cuckstool with them. In this essay, I will. Yep, standard workday for her. Oh, it gets better. The whole thing was arranged by your old employer. You heard of Raven Rough Knight, right? Arroway's king. Or, not... I guess on the aromantic spectrum? I believe that officially it said that he's sapiosexual, but absolutely sex-repulsed. Which was really funny because he premiered in the second Fantasia otome game, and I would not describe Valen as particularly sapio. Guess they didn't last very long afterwards. It's okay, Raven. You get a cute, possibly romantic partner in the true ending. Leonidas' serene expression falters ever so slightly. Angelo, however, tilts his head, clearly intrigued. The Raven Rough Knight? The one who tried to take over the world? It's complicated. The very same. Mum worked for him back in the day, before she had her change of heart and left him to save the world instead. Classic Mum. Angelo finally speaks, his voice low and quiet as he mutters something under his breath. This doesn't disappoint. Is he related to one of the... Wait. I'm connecting the dots. I'm connecting them. I just gotta get a look at him again. Hang on. Got a reference picture of him open. I glance at him, half expecting sarcasm, but no, he looks genuinely impressed. I swear I see a flicker of admiration in his usually impassive eyes. Mom really is the gift that keeps on giving. Alright, enough family history. Let's focus. We still need a ship and a way to survive underwater. I'll handle the magic, obviously. And with that, our journey to the southern sea of certain doom and questionable sanity officially begins. What could possibly go wrong? Yummy Mind Palace. The port town's bustling with life. Fishermen unloading their catch, merchants shouting over each other, seagulls plotting their next crumb heist. It's all very noisy, but being the natural star that I am, I shine even in the chaos. I love how they invented microphones, but they still use these, sailing ship? What are they called again? Sailboats? As I stride confidently through the crowd, someone stumbles into me, sending me off bounds. Hey, my map! I glance down at my hands and realize my precious map is gone. Come on, man! Come on, my ticket to Creighton is stolen by the cruel hands of fate, or clumsiness, either way, unacceptable. What are you even gonna do with that, man? What now, Mayor and Fire? Wait, this is gonna burn down the map. Hang on. Flames roar to life around me, licking at the cobblestones and startling passersby. If the map is hiding, it won't be for long. Lady Maven, are you trying to burn the map along with the town? Oh, please, I have perfect control over my magic, mostly. Of course she does. We are absolutely not getting on his route. Oh no. A small blaze reveals the map miraculously untouched by the fire. I snatch it up triumphantly. Ooh. Found it, see? Genius at work. Genius or recklessness, the line grows thinner by the minute. Okay. Yeah. Purple hair, face tattoo? The eye color's different, but maybe a relative? And again, I don't think that this character had children. It would be very difficult biologically speaking. Heterochromia though, so already a mutation. And also, since he's got human ears, but then again, like, mixed race. Makes sense. Gonna be tucking this theory away. I blink at Angelo, who nods approvingly. Well, at least someone appreciates my brilliance. Okay, we're going for him by default. With the map safely in hand and my nerves slightly frazzled, I shove it into my bag with extra care. There is no way I'm losing it again. Right, crisis averted. Let's move on before anything else goes missing. A solid idea for once. Anyway, we need a ship and a way to breathe underwater. I'll handle the ship. I have dealt with captains and their nonsense before. Here I thought he just wanted to escape from me. That too. I smirk, but Shinra ignores me, turning his attention to the others. Leonidas, Angelo, one of you will go with me, the other will go to Mayrin to a magic shop to find a way to turn her into a mermaid. Simple enough. Ooh! The two men exchange glances, Leonidas calm and stoic, Angelo unreadable as ever. Time to decide who gets the dubious honor of accompanying me. Angelo, you're with Mayrin, Leonidas, you're with me, don't lose her. We don't decide. Angelo nods silently, adjusting his crossbow. Shinra mutters something about needing to keep an eye on him anyway. You're leaving the two of us unattended? Oh, joy, the silent one, this'll be fun. Right, let's split up. Meet back here once we've got what we need. Angelo and I make our way toward the magic shop, the atmosphere charged with his usual aura of quiet intensity. I can't decide if it's intriguing or infuriating. The streets of the port town are as chaotic as ever. Fishmongers yelling about the freshness of their catch, sailors singing off-key, sea shanties, and the occasional street performer juggling knives. Set the knives on fire. So where do we even start looking for mermaid-related magic in this maze? There. He points ever so casually to the largest and most ostentatious building in sight. The sign reads, Marvelous Magnus's Magic Emporium in gaudy golden letters, with sparkling runes dancing around the frame. Subtle, definitely not a scam at all. Angelo raises an eyebrow at me and strides ahead without another word. I follow, half curious and half skeptical. Ooh. The inside of the shop is as overwhelming as its exterior. Shelves stacked high with potions, scrolls, and an alarming number of stuffed creatures that may or may not have been alive once. Those sound like they'd be good potion ingredients. Yeah, why not? That's a lot of shop. Welcome to Magnus's Marvelous Magic Emporium, where your dreams come true, for a price, of course. Dreams or poorly disguised nightmares. The shopkeeper is a wiry man with a suspiciously large grin and a robe that looks like it hasn't been washed in months. He rubs his hands together as we approach. Discerning customers, what can I do for you today? Mermaid scroll. Yes, a rare and precious item, right this way. He leads us to a glass case in the corner where a scroll sits on a velvet cushion. It glimmers faintly, runes glowing along the edges. I lean in, inspecting the scroll closely. At first glance it looks genuine, but something about the glow looks off. Runes aren't aligned, and this parchment, it's mage weave, not seaweave. This isn't a mermaid scroll, it's a bat spell wrapped in glitter. The shopkeeper's grin falters and he sputters indignantly. But how dare you? That is an authentic artifact of the deep. Authentically terrible, maybe. Before he can retort, Angelo takes a step forward, his hand resting casually, but menacingly on his crossbow. Try again. The shopkeeper's indignation evaporates instantly. He stammers something about inventory and scurries into some random crate at the back. Intimidation by crossbow. Effective, I'll admit. Yeah, I want to handle his crossbow. While Angelo looms over the counter, I slip through into the storeroom. It's cramped and cluttered, with scrolls scattered haphazardly across the shelves. I pick up the first scroll, glowing faintly, runes spiraling along its edges. Too perfect. Heck, no sea salt residue. The next one has the right texture, but smells distinctly like lavender. Bubble bath potion. Why does this man have so many bath-related spells? While still wearing a robe like that? I'll never be able to think about crossbows without thinking about Notogi and the Caligula effect too. Extremely good and real. Good and real. Finally, I spot a scroll tucked behind a jar of pickled tentacles. Its glow is faint, the parchment rough and weathered. Bingo! Just as I grab it, the door slams open, and the shopkeeper bursts in, followed closely by Angelo. You get out of my storeroom, guards, I'll have you... Angelo raises his crossbow, and the man freezes mid-rant, his hands shooting up in surrender. Angelo, no need for violence, this calls for a more elegant solution. fire. With a flick of my wrist, a soft glow envelops the shopkeeper. His eyes droop and he collapses into a heap, snoring peacefully. Are we gonna, pay for this? But you can't solve everything with threats. I crouch down, pressing a small stack of coins into the man's hand. After all, even swindlers have to eat. For your trouble, and maybe invest in something other than fake mermaid scrolls next time. Maybe take a bath. Angelo doesn't comment, but there's a faint glimmer of approval in his eyes as I hold up the scroll triumphantly. See, intelligence and charm win the day. Let's go. We leave the shop behind, the scroll is secured in my bag, and the shopkeeper is still blissfully snoozing on the floor. Another victory for Mayron Wheeler Brideguard III, or maybe, just maybe, Angelo's starting to see it too. On the Angelo route because we pissed him off the least. A salty sea breeze whips around us as we arrive at the docks. Jin was already standing by the biggest, most intimidating ship I've ever seen. Its hull is sleek but weathered. Its figurehead is an angry-looking eel. You're late. Oh, I'm sorry. Did we interrupt your riveting ship inspection? As a matter of fact, yes, this is the best ship here. Everything else is either rotting or already sinking, and trust me, I checked. Should we, tell the owners or help them patch it up? I've got some earth magic. It is adequate. Adequate? It's practically screaming, "We're pirates! Please board and get stabbed!" It's a pirate ship. Angelo tilts his head, his sharp eyes scanning the ship's weathered exterior. It says it's called the Goromaru. Trouble ahead. What else is new? Trouble's practically this family's middle name. Finra crosses his arms, looking far too confident for someone considering hijacking a pirate ship. Besides, I'm here. We can handle whatever these pirates throw at us. And if it gets too dicey, Mayron can always burn everything down. Okay, good, so I have a reputation here. Finally, someone acknowledges my talent. For once, Shin and I exchange a look of mutual understanding. It's unsettling, but also kind of nice. Thank you, Oni-chan. Lady Mayron, I do not think setting the ship ablaze should be our first course of action. Second course, maybe. Or not helping. Leonidas sighs deeply, the weight of the world, or at least this dysfunctional group, clearly pressing on his shoulders. Relax, Leonidas. Worst case scenario, we fight our way out and steal the ship anyway. Best case, there are friendly pirates who will take us where we need to go without any stabbing involved. Unlikely, but possible. See, even Angelo thinks we've got a chance. Let's board before Mayron starts overthinking things. Overthinking, please, I'm a visionary. Let's go! Time for violins! With that, we approach the gangplank. Whether it's pirates or not, one thing's clear, this is gonna be an adventure. Standing at the helm is a nomad unlike any I've ever seen. Part human, part seal, entirely absurd. Her flippers slap against the deck as she strides towards us, her captain's coat flowing dramatically in the salty breeze. Woo! Ahoy there, landlubbers. Welcome to the Slippery Eel, the finest vessel this side of the briny deep. So there are finer vessels under the sea. Yowie hands. I'm Captain Sealand. I'm Captain Sealand, or Celine maybe? I'm assuming it's like Selene, but Sealand, the scourge of the seven seas, queen of the kelp, and your future savior or undertaker, depending on how your pockets look. Savvy? Her voice is growly, like the sound of waves crashing against rocks, and her flippers snap with a surprising authority as she gestures grandly. I can already tell this is gonna be a lot. Ah, wonderful, another dramatic character, just what this group needed. I'm getting outshone again. Your words are sharper than a marlin's snout last, but enough of your sass, let's talk business. Celine, slaps a flipper against her hip. Do seals even have hips? And leans forward, her eyes gleaming with mischief. I mean, seals are mammals, right? Right? They don't lay eggs, do they? So they should have hips? My fee. Fee nonsense! You should be paying me for the privilege of my company. We are making things worse. Oh, I like her. Double the fee. I gape at her audacity while Shinra shakes his head. Angelo raises an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by your sheer gal. Burn. I snap my fingers, summoning a controlled burst of fire to emphasize my point. Surely a little flare will win her over. Ah. Instead, the flames leap from my hand straight to the ring. In second, the sails are ablaze. The crew is screaming and Captain Sealan is losing her mind. What in the briny particles are you doing, lass? That's me ship. Mayron, why? Just why? It was supposed to be persuasive. Makes sense. Sealan's crew rushes at us, weapons drawn. Sealan herself is flapping her flippers like she's trying to summon a hurricane. I'll skin you like a slippery eel, you soggy fire starter. And then we die. The crew chases us off the ship. Sealan's curses ringing in my ears as we sprint down the dock. The slippery eel groans behind us, sits deck a chaotic mess of fire, water, flowers, or torn sails, depending on my poor life choices. Wait, so there's a bad end for each of the elements? I'm supposed to sit still and let her talk. Get back here, you landlubbers. I'll turn your bones into anchors. No, they'd be really bad anchors. There's a lot of empty space inside them. Angelo, of course, is having the time of his life. He's grinning like a madman, his crossbow at the ready. Would you guys like to know who exactly I was speculating he was some sort of descendant of? Hang on. This boy. The little boy love interest from the second Fantasia game. You see it, right? You can see that it's possible? Because Mayron also briefly mistook him for a nomad, which is this species, the part animal people. So it's possible that he has heritage there, right? It's like the same shade of purple, basically. Except I don't think that he is a little baby boy. I don't think that he takes after his uncle or granduncle or grandpa or something. Shall we fight? No, we shall not fight. Or, I guess... Yeah, Cyrus shouldn't be old enough that he's grandpa age. He's in the same generation as Raven, who's still in the prime of his life. General, already sweating buckets, grabs Angelo by the collar and drags him along, all while Angelo's visibly disappointed by the lack of impending carnage. Just one shot to even the odds. You want the entire port to murder us because that's what will happen. Focus, both of you, they're gaining on us. Leonidas, serene as ever, glances back at the mob of pirates storming down the dock. Despite his calm, even he's starting to pick up the pace. This is all your fault, Shinra. Why didn't you stop me? I've been trying to stop you since the day you were born. Wow, that's grim. Sealan's voice bellows above the chaos as she leaps onto the dock, her flippers slamming down with the fury of 1,000 tidal waves. You think you can make a fool of me? I'll swim after you myself if I have to. Ah, wonderful. I'm being chased by an angry seal pirate hybrid, truly the highlight of my career. You zigzag through Port Town, dodging fishmongers, crates of smelly seafood, and one very startled street performer who promptly drops his juggling knives. Left, take a left. You don't even know where left goes. Anywhere but here's fine. We barrel through a fruit stand, getting oranges and apples, and mysteriously cabbages flying. Behind us, the pirates slip and stumble on the rolling fruit, buying us a few precious seconds. Not destroy the entire port, Lady Baron. Too late for that lecture, Leonidas. Just as the pirates regain their footing, Angelo jerks his arm free from Shino's grip and spins around, raising his crossbow. Violence. No, run now, shoot later. Shino practically tackles him, dragging him away with a strength fueled entirely by sheer panic. Angelo looks mildly disappointed, but allows himself to be pulled along, even though he worked so hard to get free. He bursts out of the port and into the countryside, panting and exhausted, the sounds of enraged pirates fading behind us. For now. Mark my words, you scallywags. I'll hunt you down to the end of the earth. Several miserable hours later, we trudge back into the mansion, defeated and utterly broke. My boots are soaked, my pride is in tatters, and I'm pretty sure Angelo's the only one who enjoyed any of this. Well, that was a disaster, but hey, at least I didn't get keelhauled. All victories, right? You're back early. Where's the mermaid tier? Father stands at the entrance, arms crossed, his expression a mix of disappointment and I told you so. Shinra collapses onto a chair, groaning. He also does the Ashita no Jo pose. Just don't ask. Just don't ask. Leonidas slightly shakes his head, clearly done with my antics for the day. Angelo, meanwhile, leans casually against the wall, looking entirely too smug. Pirates were spirited. Yes, well, their spirits trying to kill us, so there's that. There's that. Father sighs deeply as if I've single-handedly aged him another decade. You might have. Raven, I expected more from you. Well, that's your problem, isn't it? You're grounded. Did everyone have fun? I did. Of course you did. Mother, of course, is... Oh, sweet disaster. Let's not do that anymore. Gonna take a small break to sip. Big sip. And before I forget, I'm gonna put a link to the game in the chat. I really like all of this author's games. I think that my favorite one of her recent titles is Long Since the Eschaton. Oh, good. So good. Now let's not destroy her ship. Fire. Heck fire. Trouble for what? The honor of listening to your endless sea puns? Triple. Ryan, for keeping your sorry hides afloat. You think the ship runs on hopes and barnacles, lass? Pay up or you can swim your fancy arse to the southern sea. Does seem to be more optimal routing, yeah. I'll handle this. Is he gonna do the violence instead? Angelo draws his crossbow, but Leonidas places a firm hand on his arm, shaking his head. Not now, Ferb. Violence is not the answer, Angelo. Yeah, and the Oshiri word. Debatable. Honestly, I'm leaning toward Angelo's approach right now. Lady Maven, please let me handle this. Leonidas steps forward, his calm, towering presence somehow making even Seelen pause. He bows slightly, his serene voice cutting through the tension. Captain Seelen, we're willing to pay a fair price for passage, but how do you understand the importance of negotiation? After all, even the ocean knows when to give and take. Smooth talker, eh? Like a dolphin trying to bargain with a shark. Alright, holy man. What's your offer? Leonidas glances at me expectantly. I roll my eyes and pull out the pouch of coins my mother gave me. And here's the deal, 1,000 Arzettas. Get half now and half when we reach our destination. No doubling, no funny business, and no more puns. Jeez, that is really steep. No puns, that's like asking a fish not to swim, lass. Just take the deal, Captain. and then squints at me, her flipper tapping gently against her chin, or whatever seals have instead of chins. Finally, she lets out a booming laugh. I'm pretty sure she does still have a chin. Well, right, you village rats, half now, half later, but if any of you so much as scuff my deck, I'll toss you overboard faster than a drunk crab on a sinking dingy. Savvy? I toss her the pouch and she catches it with a flourish, inspecting the contents with a satisfied nod. Angelo crosses his arms, looking mildly disappointed. He didn't get to shoot anyone. He is always mildly disappointed here. Welcome more the slippery eel, you land-living misfits. Now get below deck before I change my mind and charge you extra for breathing the salty air. As we head below, Shinra mutters something about being surrounded by lunatics. I couldn't agree more. I'm not one of them, though. The ship sways gently, or violently depending on who you ask, as we set off on this grand adventure. The salty sea air fills my lungs, but instead of invigorating me, it turns my stomach into a bubbling cauldron of regret. Why didn't anyone warn me the sea would feel like this? I'm dying. I collapse onto a bench, clutching my stomach as the ship rocks. Around me, everyone goes about their business entirely unaffected by this aquatic torture. Raiders. Angelo saunters over, his crossbow casually slung over his shoulder, as if the rocking of the ship's merely a mild inconvenience. Sick? I'm practicing for a role as a dying fish. Yes, I'm sick. He doesn't respond, just smirks and leans against the railing. And without warning, he raises his crossbow and fires at something. I don't think that you can solve my seasickness with violence. Oh! The startled seagull lets out a dramatic squawk as it dodges the bolt, which narrowly misses the ship's mast before splashing into the water. Hey, wait, isn't that bad luck to kill a bird while you're out here? What are you doing? Shooting. At what? Everything. He fires again, this time hitting a piece of driftwood bobbing in the waves. And another shot, this time at a rope dangling precariously from the mast. The crew yelps as it falls, narrowly missing them. Boy, watch it, you lunatic! Ah, missed. Despite my nausea, I can't help but laugh at the sheer absurdity of it all. Angelo glances at me, his smirk widening slightly. As I'm settling into a moment of calm, a tiny rustling sound catches my attention. Hurries from a crate nearby, twitching its whiskers. Oh, do we have any cats on board to help take care of those? Oh, hello, little friend. Angelo, however, tenses immediately. His relaxed posture stiffens, and his gaze locks onto the mouse, like it's a dragon in disguise. Angelo? The mouse takes a few curious steps forward, and Angelo shifts back, not dramatically, but enough for me to notice. You're not scared of it, are you? Moe. No. You are! It's not fear. And what is it? Caution. Caution? They carry disease. The mouse twitches its nose and scampers closer. Angelo steps back again, just a tiny step, but enough to make a grin. Ooh, I see. A fearless Angelo Valmont, who takes on bandits and monsters without a second thought. He is wary of a tiny little mouse. Angelo glares at me, but there's no real heat behind it. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. The secret's safe with me. He watches me for a moment, then shakes his head with a quiet huff. I'm enjoying this too much. A little. The mouse scurries off, disappearing behind a crate. Angelo visibly relaxes, though he's clearly pretending nothing happened. Better now? Yeah, actually I think I am. I take a deep breath, realizing that the nausea is completely gone. The distraction worked better than I expected. Thanks, Angelo. He gives a small nod, his usual quiet way of acknowledging things. But just as he turns to leave, I can't resist one little tease. No, I think the mouse liked you. No. No, definitely, it was making hard eyes at you. For a split second, I swear I see the faintest hint of a smile on his face. Stay focused. Oh, always. lot of coughing today. As he walks off, I lean against the railing, feeling lighter. The seasickness is gone, and for the first time since we set sail, I feel at ease. Who knew? Turns out a little teasing's good for the soul. You see, that's how my one over Altair. Why do I keep trying? Is it because I've been thinking about Taisha Wallace a lot lately? They overhear a hushed conversation between a crew member and Captain Sealand as they pass by the ship's galley. Captain, we're out of food for the newcomers, barely got enough for ourselves. They didn't take care of it before? Wait, or is one of them a bigger eater than they seem? And then the newcomers won't eat, simple as that. They didn't pay for the meal package. Oh no. I freeze, my ears perking up. Did I just hear that right? I spin around glaring daggers at Sealand as I march over. Excuse me, what do you mean no food for us? You didn't pay for the deluxe voyage, did you? No deluxe, no dinner, savvy. You can't just starve your passengers, that's terrible business. Bad business, says he. The slippery eel runs on a tight budget, lass. Want a feast? Pony up the gold next time. Can we just, catch some fish? I clench my fists, ready to give her a piece of my mind when suddenly... A massive splash interrupts our argument. Before I can process what's happening, a shadow looms over the side of the ship. Dinner. Yeah, thank you. I don't get it. I'm over my cold by now, and I made sure to take a couple of days to rest my voice. But my voice still refuses. Yeah, thank you. I'm back. Angelo stands there, dripping wet, holding the squirming form of a grotesque, tentacled monstrosity. It's all teeth, slime, and too many eyes. Without a word, he tosses it onto the deck with a sickening thud. Is it still alive, Angelo? Oh God, it's hideous and it's looking at all of us. Kill it, burn it, feed it back to the sea. No, cook it. Before anyone can protest, Angelo grabs the creature and drags it towards the galley. The tentacles slap wetly against the deck, leaving a trail of slime in his wake. It's alive! Shinra stands by, raising a single hand in mock surrender, his expression the epitome of a man who has completely checked out. Wait, Angelo, that thing could be cursed or worse. Allow me to purify its soul first, and then we can eat it. Leonidas claps his hands together, murmuring a prayer. A faint golden glow surrounds the monster as he performs what I can only describe as an exorcism for seafood. May the impurities of this wretched beast be cleansed so that its flesh may nourish us without harm. I can't believe I'm watching a holy man pray over a tentacle monster. Angelo doesn't wait for Leonidas to finish. He slams the kitchen door behind him, and moments later the sounds of culinary violence echo through the ship. It's fine, I'm sure it's kosher. By the essences, what's he doing to that poor thing? Cooking, apparently. Hope you don't mind tentacle stew, lads. I peek into the galley and immediately regret it. Angelo is a whirlwind of controlled chaos, dismantling the creature with precision and alarming efficiency. I do love a man who can cook. Tentacles fly through the air. A single eyeball rolls across the counter. Yeah, kosher seafood. This is horrifying, and yet the smell isn't terrible. Or... wait. Because we didn't kill it before butchering it, right? So that's kind of inherently... You're not supposed to eat things which didn't die? Does this count? But Fukunaga-san, only fish are kosher. It's fine. Leonidas stands in the doorway holding his staff like he's ready to perform a second exorcism if necessary. May the light protect us from whatever abomination ends up on our plates. Minutes later, Angelo emerges from the kitchen carrying a steaming pot. He ladles out portions of what can only be described as tentacle surprise. I stare at my bowl with equal parts dread and curiosity. I'm not eating this. There's no way I'm eating this. Technically, the definition demands fins and scales, and who's to say that beast doesn't have those? Yeah, tentacles are kind of thin, right? And eyes can be scales. Eat. He plops a ladleful into my bowl with zero ceremony, his stare daring me to refuse. Reluctantly, I take a small bite. Oh no, it's actually good. Truly, even after its origins? Yes, Leonidas, even after its horrifying, slimy, eye-covered origins, it's good. Don't look at me like that. The crew, emboldened by my reactions, cautiously dig in. Leland's the last to taste it, but when she does, her eyes widen. By Davy Jones' locker, this is delicious. Wow, mercenary, you've ruined my palate for all other foods. Angelo says nothing, his expression unreadable as he quietly eats his own portion. I glance at him, wondering for the first time just how much chaos one man can bring to a single voyage. And we're not even halfway to our destination yet. A few hours later, the previously calm sea transforms into a violent, churning nightmare, with waves that seem determined to swallow his soul. Womp, 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 womp. By Davy Jones' barnacle-ridden boots, it's a bloody tempest. Avast, you useless build rats, and get to work. Davy Jones also exists in this universe. I'm not sure who he is. Actually, I'm not sure who he is in our universe. Hang on, let me look that up real quick. An English actor, singer, and songwriter from December 1945 to February 2012. Is that really it? Why? Why though? Is it a coincidence? Does he have nothing to do with it? The origins of the name Davy Jones, the Sailor's Devil, are unclear, but the 19th century dictionary tracing Davy Jones to Ghost of Jonah. The prophet Jonah is canon here? Or maybe there was just a guy named Dave. Sealand's voice cuts through the chaos like a foghorn, but her crew looks more like they're auditioning for a disaster movie. Movies exist now than managing a ship. They trip over ropes, shout incoherently, and generally add to the pandemonium. Sealand, your crew's about as useful as wet parchment in a sword fight. Step aside. Oh, I see. Shinra likes the similes too. Shinra rolls up his sleeves and, with a look of grim determination, grabs hold of the ship's wheel. He fights against the wind to keep us on course, every inch of him screaming, "I'm a hero, dang it!" I got this. Mayrin, stay out of... A rogue wave slams into the side of the ship, cutting his sentence short and nearly knocking him off his feet. But to his credit, he doesn't let go of the wheel. Ride guards, overachieving even in storms. Above us, Angelo is... well, Angeloing. Yeah, Jones, Jonah, they're close enough. He leaps from sail to sail with all the grace of a deranged squirrel, tying down ropes and securing the sails like he's born for chaos. He catches a falling pulley midair and throws it into place with terrifying precision. Platform steady. I'm not sure if I'm impressed or terrified or possibly both. Meanwhile, Leonidas stands at the center of the deck, calm amidst the storm. His staff glows faintly as he chants a protective spell, a shimmering barrier forming around the ship to absorb the brunt of the waves. Lady Mayrin, stay near the barrier, it will shield you. While Leonidas is busy looking like an angelic lighthouse, Shinra growls through his efforts, and Angelo turns the deck into his personal circus act. When I realize there's a key ingredient missing in all this chaos, me! obviously. Time for the star of this production to shine. Clearly, it's magic o'clock. I clutch my staff, the storm whipping my hair dramatically around me because, of course, it does. Hmm. I don't think that fire would help us very much. But could you imagine? Fire fixes everything, right? Wrong. With the snap of my fingers, flames erupt into the stormy night. For a moment, it seems like I've succeeded. And the ship's mast catches fire. Exactly, the fire magic burns through the storm. And the whole ship catches fire. That's pretty powerful. If you survive, you got a pretty good boast, right? The flame-flinging menace you've doomed us all! The slippery eel groans one last time before splitting in half, and we plunge into the stormy sea. Oh no! Days pass after the storm wrecks the slippery eel, leaving us stranded on a tiny, uninhabited island. Our supplies dwindle and morale hits rock bottom. Are they going to vote to eat me first? Fantastic. Stranded on an island because someone thought fire magic was a good idea. Not naming names. Mayron. It was an experiment. How was I supposed to know the ship would get smashed to bits? Lady Mayron, perhaps less experimenting in dire situations next time? Don't mind, plenty of prey. Angelo is unsurprisingly enjoying himself. He disappears into the jungle every day and returns with some horrifying creature for us to eat. Where does he keep finding these? There are normal animals in this world, like birds and rabbits and goats and stuff. Where do you get these? Oh, and thank you for the sip subsidization. I will be needing a lot of it. Meanwhile, Shinra builds a sad excuse for a shelter, while muttering complaints about being cursed with unstable party members. Hey, Leonidas hasn't done anything. After what feels like weeks of sunburn, but not for me, because I've got my handy-dandy hat. And not for... And not for him, since he's got his handy-dandy cloak. So I guess it's just Shinra and Leonidas burning. A familiar figure appears on the horizon. It's my mother riding a giant sea serpent, as she does. Oh, Maven, darling, stranded on an island, are we? Honestly, you kids can't do anything without me. I wonder, is that Shay? Why does this not surprise me? With a wave of her hand, my mother summons a whirlwind that lifts us off the island and plops us onto a new boat she apparently borrowed from some pirates. Now, let's get you all home before your father realizes you've been missing for weeks. He's had such a peaceful time without you. Thanks, Dad. Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, just a cough. Wait, are you saying that because I became inaudible? Am I still audible? Is the game still audible? Are both me and the game audible? Oh, okay, okay. So momentarily disconnected. Okay. Anyway, Mom's here to save us now. Bad ending. I can't believe I shouldn't have set the ship on fire. Ah. Can we use like a reverse wind to undo the current wind? Magic, of course, a little gust control will keep us afloat. With a flick of my wrist, I summon a powerful gust that counters the storm's fury, steadying the ship. The sails billow and sink, and the crew stares at me half in awe, half in disbelief. Alright, now that's some wind worth having. Steady as she goes, you scallywags. The storm eventually calms and we sail forward closer to our destination. The ship creaks and groans as we limp toward a small, uninhabited island. Damage from the storm is evident. Torn sails, cracked wood, and a general vibe of we might sink any second now. Were inaudible for a little while back. Wait, it wasn't during my sipping, was it? Was it because my coughing peaked the mic? Alright, landlubbers, we're dropping another anchor here. This old gal needs patching up, and before you're asking, it's gonna cost you double the fee for emergency repairs. Double? You can't just keep making up fees every time something goes wrong. Oh, can't I now? Or do you prefer becoming one of us until it gets repaired? Ceylin snaps her flippers for emphasis, her unimpressed glare daring me to argue further. Naturally, I rise to the occasion. This is extortion. I refuse to pay a single coin more. Pleasure doing business with you, princess. Now off with you while we fix a precious slippery eel. With that, Ceylin waddles off, barking orders at her crew. I huff, crossing my arms as the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. Night falls, and those are handcuffs. Night falls, and the heat and humidity of the ship's interior make it impossible to sleep. My hair clings to my face, and every creak of the ship seems louder than ever. This is ridiculous. I refuse to suffer in silence. I will suffer loudly. Grabbing my cloak, I venture outside, hoping the night air will provide some relief. The cool breeze hits my face as I step onto the deck, but I'm not alone. I spot Angelo, sitting at the edge of the deck, silhouetted against the moonlit waves. His hood is down, and for once he looks almost peaceful, until I get closer. The moment my footsteps creak against the wooden planks, he tenses, his hand instinctively moving toward the crossbow at his side. Whoa there, crossbow McParanoid, it's just me. Recognition softens his expression, and his hand drops from the weapon. Well, softens might be an exaggeration. This is Angelo, after all. Maven. You always sit on the edge of things looking like you're waiting to be ambushed, or is this just part of the brooding aesthetic? You know, I've got a sibling who loves brooding. Part of the job, guarding you. Oh, so the brooding's multitasking, got it. He actually smirks at that, a quick flicker of amusement crossing his face before disappearing again. Without a word, he shifts slightly, making room for me on the edge of the deck. We hesitate for a moment before sitting beside him. The sea stretches endlessly before us, moonlight shimmering on the waves. For a moment, neither of us speaks. Yeah, when you have such sharp tattoos, it's hard to look soft. Oh, what's your favorite color? What are you, 5? What? You heard me, favorite color. It's a simple question. Red. Interesting. What about favorite food? Why? Why not? I'm curious. You're mysterious. It's practically my duty to uncover your secrets. Anything edible? Okay, hobbies? This. What, sitting in silence and looking broody? That's a hobby? Energy saving. Right, of course it is. I tilt my head, studying him. His answers are short, evasive. He's clearly not used to talking about himself. Alright, what about your eyes? What about them? They're different colors. Why? You can't just ask someone why they're heterochromatic. He blinks once, then shrugs as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Contacts? What? Contacts? Yeah, they look cool. You wear colored contacts because they look cool. Yes. I did not see that coming. So, the theory is still alive, actually. Well, do you know him? Is this your dad? Is this your dad? It does seem like it would be very difficult for that to be your dad, considering his wife would be, 5 inches tall? But, is this your dad? You gotta answer me, I'm not a cop. Yeah, that is a pretty funny plot twist. The sweet little baby boy from the second game raised this. real laugh, not just a polite chuckle. It's such a mundane answer from someone who otherwise seems so serious and enigmatic. You're full of surprises, Angelo Valmont. Actually, I can't remember what his last name was. It was, something. He had a last name, didn't he? I know that his family is dead and all, but that doesn't mean that that would make them even more attached to their last name, wouldn't it? Let me look that up, actually. Okay, it was tribe. I guess they're not related. Okay, last question. The tattoos. They're pretty impressive. What's the story? His expression hardens slightly, and you catch the briefest glimpse of tension in his jaw. Oh. I shift my gaze to the tattoos, and I realize that the ink isn't just art. It's covering scars, a lot of them. Oh, sorry. Hey, Angelo, what happened to you? His gaze flicks toward me, one eyebrow raising slightly. His expression stays calm, unreadable as always, but there's something different about it tonight. Nothing. Nothing? Angelo, people don't get scars like that from nothing. Did you fall into a pit of knives as a kid or something? No pit, just life. I frown, trying to make sense of his vague answers, but there's a sincerity in his voice that stops me from pressing further. He doesn't sound bitter or angry, just a matter of fact. For a moment, the usual sharp edge in his demeanor softens. He looks genuinely surprised, like he isn't used to someone caring enough to ask. You're worried. What? No, I mean, maybe a little. Someone has to keep you alive so you can keep brooding dramatically on rooftops or whatever. That earns me another rare smirk, but this one lingers longer. It's strange. Seeing Angelo smile, it makes him look less like a walking storm cloud and more like, well, a person. Most people don't worry about me. Well, clearly they don't appreciate your unique charm, but I'll have you know I'm not most people. He huffs out a quiet laugh, and once it doesn't sound sarcastic or mocking, it just sounds warm. I know. We sit in silence for a while, sound of waves and the creaking ship filling the space between us. Angelo tilts his head back, gazing up at the stars, and I follow his line of sight. Ah, stars are beautiful tonight. You know what else is beautiful? The moon is beautiful. You know what else is beautiful? Notogin from the Caligula Effect 2. Not just the stars. Oh my god! Oh, I love when the blush reaches their ears. His face is straight, but... You know what else is beautiful? Me. The words are so quiet, so casual that I almost miss them. Almost. My heart skips a beat and I turn to look at him, blinking in confusion. What was that? Nothing. Did he just... No, he didn't. I'm imagining things. I shake my head, deciding not to dwell on whatever weird thing my brain thinks it heard. But Angelo, on the other hand, looks perfectly content, like he's just gotten away with something. You're a strange man, Angelo Valmont. And you're not? We both laugh, the sound mingling with the waves, lingering in the night air. For all his sharp edges and cryptic comments, Angelo feels different tonight. Maybe, just maybe, I feel different too. Altair is going to have a heart attack when we bring this man home with us. When we announce our engagement to this. The stars above us shine brightly, but it's the quiet moments like this that feel like they matter most. I don't say it out loud, but For once, I'm glad Angelo's here. For once. Judging by the way he glances at me when he thinks I'm not looking, maybe he feels the same. Aww. The next morning, the ship stubbornly stays anchored, bobbing lazily like it's taken an unearned vacation. Naturally, this is unacceptable. See, Len, why are we still here? I didn't sign up for a luxury cruise, you know. Boy, Princess, don't get your knickers in a knot. Repairs don't happen by waving a magic wand. Well, why don't they? This is exactly why we're going on this journey, to revolutionize the potion world. Soon you'll be able to pour a potion on your ship. What repairs? It's barely a scratch. If anything, I improved the ship with a touch of dramatic flair. Improved? Your magic nearly turned Miss Slippery Eel into the soaking log. The poor deck's got more holes than a mermaid's tail of love. What does that mean? Wait, what does that mean? Are they known for their holes? Sealand snaps her flippers with dramatic emphasis, her voice rising to a crescendo. I cross my arms, refusing to back down. Fine, so it's a little damaged, but keeping us stranded here is no solution. What are you even doing? What am I doing? Oh, nothing much, just trying to stop your fire magic from turning my ship into a bloody bonfire. I haven't clicked it lately. Your water spells from sinking us into the soggy eel. No offense, Princess, but your chaos is costly. She leans in, her seal-like features set in a mock frown, and I step back, suddenly aware of how loud her voice is. Excuse me for trying to save everyone during a life-threatening storm. You're welcome, by the way. We keep bickering, the crew subtly shifting away from us, clearly used to Sealand's fiery debates. Finally, she leans back, crossing her flippers with a theatrical sigh. You land lovers don't know the half of it. I've been sailing since I was a wee pup, scrapping my way through storms and scallywags. Lost my first ship to a kraken the size of a mountain. Hang on, will she like us more if we explain that our mom killed the sea monster here? Will she respect us? Ah, here we go, a sob story to make me feel bad. Let me guess, you heroically fought the kraken off with nothing but a rusty harpoon and your sharp wit. Harpoon? Nah, threw me dinner at it. Kraken choked on a barrel of pickled herring. But it worked. She winks at me, her grin wide and unapologetic. I blink, unsure if she's serious or just messing with me. This insufferable seal. Aye, but that's why you hired me. I open my mouth to argue, but she waves a flipper dismissively and points towards the shore. Go on, Princess, touch sand. Clear your head. The sea's got her own way of sorting things out. Why don't you go touch some sand? Touch sand? What does that even mean? You're so cryptic it hurts. It means you're a royal grumblepuss. Get off my ship and stretch those dainty legs. You'll thank me later. At that, she turns on her flippers and waddles away, barking orders at her crew. I stand there for a moment, fuming before finally stomping down the gangplank. Touch sand, what a kind of dismissive condescending. Sand. Beach. The realization hits me like one of Shinra's armored lectures. I've never been to a beach before. Beach episode! Boys in swimsuits! Touch sand. As if that's supposed to... Whoa, this is nice. The salty breeze tangles in my Miku-like hair, and the sound of waves crashing against the shore is oddly soothing. I glance around, taking in the stretch of golden sand, the shimmering ocean, and... Oh, well, what's this? A seashell! A tiny iridescent marvel of nature, glinting in the sunlight like a miniature treasure. I pick it up, turning it over in my hands. Oh, look at you, little guy, all spirally and shiny. What's your story? Are you the home to some sea creature? Did Sealand evict you for not paying rent? Are you another crab's treasure? I crouch down, scanning the sand for more treasures. Another shell catches mine, this one a pale pink and shaped like a fan. You're adorable. Why don't I have you as part of my wardrobe? Seashell kosher sounds like a market waiting to be conquered. As I wander further along the beach, my collection of seashells grows. She's getting lost, isn't she? I find myself grinning like an idiot, marveling at the tiny, intricate details of each one. Why haven't I come to the beach before? This is brilliant! Who knew nature could be so entertaining? I'm so engrossed in my newfound hobby that I don't notice someone approaching until their shadow looms over me. Oh, is that... I spot Angelo near the waterline, dragging something absurdly large and grotesque behind him. Is this a bird? I step closer, curiosity getting the better of me. As I approach, I dramatically raise a hand, mimicking a spellcasting pose from last night. Halt, rogue, one more step and I'll unleash my incredible magic upon you. I wave my hand theatrically, pretending to summon some earth-shattering power. Angelo stops and turns to me, his ever-present stoicism cracking just slightly into a chuckle. Hey, you got me, mage. It's the smallest of compliments, but I puff up with mock pride, drop in the act and placing my hands on my hips. Well, I learned from the best. You were very inspiring last night, nearly skewering me and all. He shakes his head, still smirking, and continues dragging his absurd cargo towards the ship. I step closer to inspect it and immediately regret it. She does this a lot, doesn't she? Angelo? What is that? Breakfast? Breakfast. Breakfast? It's a murderous chicken-like creature, except it has far too many teeth and a murderous glim in its glazed-over eyes. Even though it's dead, it's still glaring? Or maybe that's just me imagining things. God, I hope. Breakfast? That thing tried to eat you, didn't it? Tried. His tone is so calm it's unnerving. He doesn't elaborate, just adjusts his grip and continues dragging the abomination as if it's the most normal thing in the world. And your solution was to bring it back to the ship? Won't waste it. Won't waste it, of course, because why waste a horrifying murder bird when you can serve it for breakfast? I follow him, peppering him with questions as he drags the creature across the sand. Do you even know how to cook that thing? Is it even edible? How many teeth does it have? Did you count? What's your plan if it's poisonous? Do we have an antidote on board? Yes, too many. No, won't need one. I blink at him, my brain struggling to catch up with his rapid-fire questions. Answers. He's calm, collected, and answering every question with the same patient tone, but I can't help but feel like I'm the one being ridiculous here. You're preposterous, you know that, right? Heard worse. Before I can fire off another barrage of questions, Angela reaches into a pocket and pulls something out. Oh? A small, delicate seashell, its pale pink hue glinting softly in the sunlight. Oh. Without a word, he steps closer, tucking the seashell into my hair with a surprising gentleness. Preemptively taking a sip before I cough. I freeze, my heart skipping a beat as he adjusted slightly, his fingers brushing against my temple. Beautiful. What? And then, just like that, he turns and resumes dragging the monstrosity back towards the ship, leaving me standing there, utterly flabbergasted. Beautiful. What does that mean? Are you talking about the shell? The beach? Me? I lift my hand to touch the seashell, my cheeks burning as I watch him disappear up the gangplank with his horrifying breakfast. For once, words fail me. It's definitely the shell. Definitely. As I glance down at the sea sand below my feet, I can't shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't just the shell. Wow. Aww. You're really warming it up. Later, the dining area aboard the ship is eerily quiet, except for the occasional crunch of Angelo's breakfast being devoured by the... Why is it crunchy? Hey, Angela, why is it crunchy? Angelo? You removed all the teeth, right? Angelo? Hi, that's the finest cursed chicken I've ever tasted. Who'd have thought so many teeth could tell? You didn't remove the teeth. Oh no! 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 Crispy! Oh! No! Oh god! Are they chewing the teeth like how you can eat bones by scraping out the marrow? Don't do that! I'm begging you! I am begging you. I'm assuming it's that the skin fried up. Oh, but the teeth. Ceylon's booming laughter echoes through the room, accompanied by the enthusiastic clatter of forks against plates. Meanwhile, I stare at my portion with a mix of curiosity and dread. You are all mad. Completely irreversibly mad. Chicken's chicken. Leonidas, sitting across from me, bless him, carefully peels away a piece of meat, his expression one of wary grace. It's unique. Perhaps a prayer for purification wouldn't go amiss. It's edible. That's all that matters. Shinra is, of course, eating like he hasn't had a meal in weeks, barely even registering the fact that his chicken looks more like something dredged up from a nightmare. Despite my better judgment, I finally take a bite. To my surprise, it's actually not bad. Spiced just right, juicy in the strangest way. Still, I'm not entirely sure if the aftertaste is a delicacy or my sanity slipping away. Well, at least they're not starving. Hey, lesson, you got the mercenary to thank for catching the beastie. Not everyone's brave enough to wrestle with something like that, or mad enough. Angelo says nothing, simply continuing his meal with the same calm demeanor he always wears. I make a mental note never to discuss his methods again. Maybe. Next few days of smooth sailing passed by surprisingly quickly, the ship cutting through the waves as if blessed by the winds themselves. Or maybe just by the cursed chicken, who knows? The chicken yearned for death for so long. I'm standing on the deck, squinting at the horizon, and something clicks in my brain. The location, the coordinates, the map, this is it! Sealand, stop the ship! Sealand waddles over, snapping her flippers together in irritation. Avast, what's the holler, laugh? You're making good time. I shove the map under her nose, tapping the big X marked in the middle of the ocean. Sealand narrows her eyes, her gaze flicking between the and the sea. How'd you know that if we're in the middle of it? Hey, you're right, this be the place. The ship slows, the crew bustling about as Sealand shouts command. The salty air feels heavier somehow, charged with anticipation. Well, Mayron, here we are. Don't keep us waiting. What's the plan? The plan, dear brother, is simple. Use the scroll, turn into mermaid, and dive in to retrieve the tear. Easy. Mermaids, huh? Convenient. At least you can't burn down the ocean. Oh, big brother. You don't know that. I shoot him a glare, but he waves me off, clearly too satisfied with his own quip. But I'm not going. Someone has to stay here and make sure the ship doesn't sail off without you. How noble of you staying behind to supervise. Very heroic. Someone has to keep an eye on the pirates. Besides, you got Leonidas and Angelo. Between the two of them, I'm sure you'll manage not to get eaten by anything. Probably. Leonidas steps forward with his calm demeanor as steady as ever. Lady Mayron, I'll be ready when you are. Angelo, ever the man of few words, simply nods, adjusting his crossbow with a practiced hand. Alrighty then, let's do this. With the scroll spread before us, I recite the incantation, confident in my magical prowess. The crew watches eagerly as the words shimmer in the air, and an otherworldly glow envelops us. Then, poof, everything changes. Cute. The first thing I notice is a tail, a ridiculously sparkly, glittery, overly dramatic blue tail. It even changed our wardrobe. We're fitting in. Looks like someone accidentally spiked a wizard's entire stash of enchanted sequins onto a fish. Oh no, why is there so much glitter? This is not dignified. I didn't think that you were the kind of person to care about dignified. You spin around, or at least I try to, given my newfound lack of legs. My tiny stubby arms flail uselessly, and it's only then that I realize. But why am I smaller? Am I shrunk? Oh my god, the chibi thing isn't a stylization, she just actually looks like this. Wait, are mermaids like sea monkeys? Are we the size of sea monkeys? I glance down at my dainty fins, my chubby cheeks, and my tiny, glittery hands. I'm practically the size of a tavern's decorative fish statue. No, smaller. I've become a wee sea sprite, curse to live out my days as an adorable pocket-sized mermaid. I look like I belong in someone's coat of arms. And then I see Leonidas. He keeps his little furry ears. Of course, he'd still manage to look majestic, even in this ridiculous state. His tail is a deep crimson, regal and imposing, shimmering like the scales of a legendary sea dragon. His pink hair flows behind him like a royal banner, and even his tiny crown-like fins look noble. Aww. Of course you look like you've just swum out of an epic poem. Why wouldn't you? Hey, Marin, it's not so dire. You're quite radiant. Radiant, I look like someone dunked the lantern in glue and rolled it through a pile of enchanted gemstones. That's radiant. Meanwhile, you're over there looking like Neptune's heir. Leonidas smiles patiently because of course he does. And there's Angelo. Oh, he's even worse. Oh. He's a shark. Angelo's tail is sleek and menacing. It's marked with faint scars, giving him the air of an underwater warrior who's fought off 100 sea beasts. Hang on, I gotta Google something real quick. Shark. Yeah, that looks to be kind of similar in shape. Again. But no, I don't think those are. Those are probably smaller fins? Pectoral fin, pelvic fin, anal fin, caudal fin. And that's very small for a pectoral one, isn't it? Oh, right, I suppose that does depend on the species of shark. Would there be two of them that close together, though? Yeah, sorry, I wanted to Google the approximate location of shark mermaid's claspers. Technically, there's 8 limbs there, so spood. Acceptable. Even in this pint-sized form, he looks like something out of Sailor's Nightmare. A shadowy sharkkin, both cool and intimidating. With his 2 claspers just right out there. Oh no, why does he get to look so dangerous? Oh, he's used to this already. Angelo, as expected, says nothing. I'm alive! How are the horses? I'm ready now. Sorry, I was having a coughing fit. Woohoo! Shout out to Hope. Hey! Hey, Chris, you know about sharks, right? We've all just taken the spell of turn into a mermaid, and this guy's mermaid is clearly part shark. Got some real high rankers today. Ooh, good to hear. You see those 2 protrusions near the front of his shark half? Chris, don't you think that they look like claspers? He's gotta keep swimming or he dies. Oh no. Angelo, as expected, says nothing. Instead, he raises an unimpressed eyebrow before flicking his shark-like tail and diving into the water with an effortless, graceful splash, not a ripple out of place. Okay, they are probably claspers. Dicks out. Show off. He pops back up briefly, smirking silently before giving me a slow, mocking wave. Perhaps it's better to focus on the task at hand, Lady Mayron. There is no need to dwell on appearances. 7 out of 11 of the top 2 ranks were from today's horses. Oh, those are some quality horses. So, who are the top horses? Is he a catfish? No, he's a lion. That's why he's named Leonidas. Yeah, I was surprised that he kept his ears when transformed. I don't think that we've learned exactly what fish he is, but it's a very majestic one. Leonidas tilts his head thoughtfully, always the diplomat, and gestures toward the water with his tiny, princely hand. Think of it as a blessing. Our light will guide us beneath the waves. And our fish is shiny. Fine, let me try. Leonidas, ever the optimist, gives me an encouraging nod. His movements are so smooth and elegant, it's downright unfair. Meanwhile, I manage an awkward flop into the water. There's no other word for it. I flop like an upside-down carp. Top horses right now are Super Creek, Satono Diamond, Curran Bucador, Northlight, and Loves Only You. Good luck remembering them. I won't. I love how the names are telling me absolutely nothing about their character. Fantastic. I'm a noble fish out of water, literally. I bob back up to the surface, huffing dramatically. Angelo's still smirking at me from a distance, his tail slicing through the water like a blade. He's probably judging my swimming skills silently. I hate how cool he looks. Even as a tiny mer shark, he's somehow terrifyingly stylish. Leonidas swims closer, his calm presence a stark contrast to Angelo's mischief. Perhaps you'll grow fond of the ocean, Lady Mayron. It has its own magic. I'm very aware of its magic. I just don't appreciate its latest joke. Not a joke, an adventure. We're looking for a mermaid's tear. I'll hold you to that, Prince Fish. Is that clam being tortured? The world beneath the waves is a dazzling spectacle. Coral reefs in vibrant hues stretch out like underwater gardens, and schools of fish dart around us like living rainbows. Whee! This is incredible! Why didn't anyone tell me the ocean was this pretty? Look at those fish! Oh, with those sparkly rocks! Wait, are those rocks or fish? I spin in place, sparkling in all my glittery glory, trying to take in everything at once. Leonidas swims up beside me, his calm demeanor slightly amused. Those are rocks, Lady Mayron. The bioluminescence makes them look alive. Bioluminescence? You mean sparkly sea magic? Amazing. Ooh, what's that over there? Leonidas chuckles softly as I dart from one wonder to the next, bombarding him with questions about the underwater world. It's a lionfish, beautiful but venomous. And over there are sea anemones. They provide shelter for certain fish species. You know what's the worst fish species? You guys ever hear of rockfish? They're extremely poisonous. Just a small dose of their poison will kill a man. Has the potential to kill a man. Very painfully at that. And you know what rockfish do? They just dig around in the sand for camouflage. You shouldn't be allowed to do both camouflage and poisoning your enemies. You can't hide and poison everyone who accidentally steps on you because you are so well hidden. Why would they do that? It's more effective? No! No! So unfair. Just like saving the wild card for last in Uno. Did you try to tell it to the rockfish? When I get my hands on one. Ambush predator, but not a predator. Just in it for the love of death. The thing about the ocean is that if you're edible, people are going to try eating you. That's not my problem. I'm like an encyclopedia. Did you study fish or something? I've read a few books on marine life. I find the ocean fascinating. Full of delicious food. I stare at him momentarily, forgetting the sparkling spectacle around me. Of course you did. You'd probably make friends with the fish if you tried hard enough. I doubt they'd understand me, but I appreciate the thought. Before I can launch into another round of questions, I get an idea. A brilliant, slightly chaotic idea. Okay, I thought I was going to do some magic. Alright, gentlemen. Enough sightseeing, time for a race. Let's see who the fastest fish person is. Angelo, who's been brooding nearby, raises an eyebrow but says nothing. With a shrug, he nods in agreement. Race? Lady Mayron, shouldn't we focus on a special race to see who's the fastest? Oh, come on, Leonidas, where's your sense of adventure? You can be the referee if you're too scared of losing. Very well, I'll supervise, but no cheating. I line up in an imaginary starting line. Leonidas hovers nearby, excruciatingly radiating authority even underwater. Ready? On my count. 3, 2, 1, go! Kick off with all the enthusiasm of someone determined to prove herself. That's not even a simile, that's just what you're doing. Angelo, of course, glides ahead with effortless ease, dragging his claspers along the ocean floor. Oh, no you don't. Are you digging this song? Yeah. Is this frickin' jizz music from the cantina in Star Wars? Chris, it's called Jats music. Which of course means that we should change the meaning of Jats. Whoop, Jats in their peanuts. Angelo stays behind, but I notice something strange. He seems to slow down slightly, just enough for me to gain on him. Get to me. Is he letting me catch up? No matter, I'll take the win. With a final burst of speed, I dart past Angelo and cross the imaginary finish line. My arms up in victory. Yes, I win! I'm the fastest glitterfish in the sea. I twirl in celebration, completely ignoring the amused look on Leonidas' face. As he swims closer, I can almost hear the "you do know he let you win" forming in his mind. Lady Mayron. Before Leonidas can ruin my moment, Angelo raises a single finger to his lips. Leonidas hesitates, but nods slightly. What are you gonna say? Just that you were quite impressive, Lady Mayron. Of course I was. Did you see that speed, that determination? Clearly I was born to be Queen of the Sea. Angelo stays silent, his expression as stoic as ever, but there's a faint glint in his eyes that almost looks like approval? It's hard to tell with him. Alright, fine. Maybe this whole mermaid thing isn't so bad after all. Just as we're catching our breath from the race, a shadow looms over us. It's a giant enemy crab! A giant enemy crab! Well, not so massive as if we're the ones being small, but claws the size of boulders emerges from behind a... Oh, wait, why is the ocean always trying to kill us? Oh no, we're in the ship graveyard now. Crab lets out a menacing click-click, charges forward, claws snapping. Stay back. Angelo's faster, swimming in front of me before I can react. His black and red tail flicks sharply as he draws his daggers, placing himself between me and the monster. Angelo, honey, I think you might be colorblind. The crab lunges, but Angelo dodges with shark-like grace, twisting in the water to avoid its claws. He circles the beast, looking for a weak spot. Attack its weak point for massive damage. You're safe now. Leonidas swims closer, murmuring a soft incantation as a protective shield of light forms around us. I summon my trusty flames, only to remember far too late that fire doesn't exactly work underwater. The spell fizzles out in a pathetic puff of bubbles. Really? Focus, Lady Mayron, please. With a final deafening crack, Leonidas lowers the barrier and raises his hands. A blinding light radiates from him, engulfing the crab. The creature lets out a distorted screech before retreating into the shadows, thoroughly defeated. You could have done that earlier, you know. I prefer to give others the chance to shine first. I narrow my eyes at him, but he merely smiles serenely. Angelo, meanwhile, sheaths the daggers and mutters something about inefficiency under his breath. Alright, so maybe I still have a few things to learn about underwater combat, but hey, we're alive, that counts for something. It doesn't lead to a bad ending. In that case, I'll reload. me use earth magic? Oh. You summon the power of earth magic, channeling it into the seafloor. Water trembles as the ground beneath us rumbles ominously, sending a shockwave through the ruins. With a sudden thunderous crack, a massive boulder bursts free from the seabed, propelled upward like a titan rising from slumber. The crab, mid-thrash and clearly unimpressed with my life choices, doesn't have time to react as the boulder slams into its massive shell with a resounding crunch. Hey, we got lunch! Its shell splinters under the force, cracks spidering across its once imposing armor. The crab freezes for a moment, clearly stunned, before it lets out a gurgling screech and collapses onto the ocean floor. Not bad. Crab and sea monsters. Well done, Lady Maven. I beam at the praise, marveling at my own genius, as the crab finally retreats defeated. After that's taken care of, I glance at my protector and realize I should probably say something. Then I see Angelo. Turn to Angelo, who seems to be... Is he cleaning his daggers right underwater? Angelo, they'll rust. So, thanks for saving me from becoming crab food. That was very cool of you, in a totally nonchalant way. Angelo raises an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed with my awkward attempt at gratitude. What? I'm trying to be sincere. He gives me a small smile, just a slight curve of his lips. It's enough to make me pause. You're fine. That's it. That's all he says. Just those 2 words. Whatever do you mean? Ah! He just shrugs, then with a flick of his tail, he swims past me, leaving me standing there sputtering. Or hovering there, really. Well, that is Angelo for you. Taking another 5-minute break, voice tired. Okay. Okay, I think I'm good now. Aside from my frozen model, what happened there? What happened there? Come on. Come on, man. Thank you. Okay. They swim deeper and the underwater ruins come into view. The world has woven itself through ancient stone arches, winding around them like nature's way of... Free! Thank you for explode. Yeah, I've been dislodged. The world has woven itself through ancient stone arches, winding around them like nature's way of reclaiming the past. It's beautiful. And totally not haunted. Nope, no ghostly mermaids lurking behind those pillars. Leonidas casts me a patient glance, because of course he does, before floating closer to the ruins. His movements are careful, deliberate, as if he's afraid to disturb the silence. Angelo, on the other hand, swims a few paces behind us, his gaze sharp and watchful. This is it, the ruins of the Mermaid Kingdom. There's a heaviness in his voice, like the weight of centuries has settled there. I glance around, taking in the crumbled statues and faded carvings. Gotta run away now to get some sleep. All right. Have a good night, Hope. Thanks for coming. Thanks for waiting. Glance around, taking in the crumbled statues and faded carvings, their intricate designs barely visible through the layers of algae. Okay, maybe not haunted, but definitely tragic. And eerie. Haunted by vibes, if nothing else. Vibe check. What is it like? Leonidas doesn't answer right away. Instead, he brushes his fingers along a carved pillar, his face thoughtful, like he's trying to decide whether to spin a tale or compose an epic ballad. And then he opens his mouth and says, I don't know. That's scary. Angelo, as usual, lurks nearby, his sharp eyes scanning the ruins with the focus of a hunter stalking prey. Why does he always look like he's pondering the fate of the kingdoms while I'm here wondering if seaweed gets itchy? Do plants get itchy? They make other people feel itchy, but they don't have the nervous system to itch themselves, do they? Ariel. Imagine this place alive. Alive like how? Mermaid banquets and coral courtyards? Or like towers of pearl and crystal rising from the ocean floor. The currents didn't just flow, they obeyed. The mermaids wove them into paths, guiding their fish companions as effortlessly as a minstrel guides their melody. His voice has the weight of a bard spinning a tale at a grand feast. Angelo for once doesn't scoff. Instead, he tilts his head, his tail flicking as though testing the waters of the story. Get it? Fish for companions? Why not? They're loyal and decorative. Scales sparkling like gemstones, lighting the city's streets. Listen up, I have a brave and bold hot take. Seaweed is a better green than most land-based edible leaves. Yeah, it's delicious. Better than kale. Right, because what's a kingdom without glowing fish lighting the way? Imagine gardens that bloom beneath the waves. Coral arches, kelp forests swaying like silk banners in the breeze. Mermaids shaped the sea itself into their castle. No walls or battlements needed, but the ocean was both their fortress and their domain. And it doesn't make me die inside like other seafood. Oh no. So they were oceanic architects? That's kind of impressive. More than architects. Imagine gatherings beneath the moonlit waters, where whales sang the tales of the seas and dolphins played their symphonies. The mermaids danced to their songs, their movements weaving magic into the water. His voice takes on a reverent tone, and for a moment the ruins seem to glow just a little brighter. Even Angelo's sharp gaze lingers on a broken statue, his usual skepticism replaced by quiet curiosity. Singing whales, not just songs. Their music calmed storms, healed wounds, and brought peace to the waters. Mermaids didn't just rule the sea, they were the sea. I blink, trying to imagine it all. Spires of light, gardens of coral, whales humming melodies that could shape the tides. It's grand, otherworldly, and just a little overwhelming. Here I thought their biggest accomplishment was looking glamorous underwater. What happened to them? Leonidas' shoulders tense, but his voice remains steady, though quieter. The land dwellers happened. They saw the mermaid's tears, magical, priceless, powerful, and they coveted them. At first, the mermaids tried to share their magic to find peace, but greed is a force even the tides cannot overcome. He pauses, his gaze distant, as if watching the tale unfold before his eyes. Angelo flicks his tail sharply, the motion sending a small cloud of sand swirling up from the seafloor. Greed. Always greed. And it never changes. The mermaids fought to protect their kingdom, but every tear they shed in battle weakened the... It comes from their own magic supply? Their magic faded. The currents they once commanded turned against them. Their city crumbled until only these ruins remained. Oh, is it like how the little mermaid gets a year added to her sentence whenever she sheds a single tear? His voice grows quieter, the weight of his words settling like silt over the scene. Angelo doesn't say anything, but his fingers trace the carvings on a shattered column, his usual sharpness dulled by something softer. So their tears destroyed them? Not their tears, the greed that sought them. Beauty and power are gifts, but they demand responsibility. Forget that and everything falls apart. They built all this, and still couldn't stop it from crumbling. Even the strongest fortresses fall to time and avarice. The silence that follows feels heavy, and the ruins pressing in around us feels heavy. The ruins pressing in around us like ghosts whispering their warnings. I look to Leonidas, his calm expression hiding something deeper, and to Angelo, who flicks his tail once more before turning away. We should move. Leonidas nods, his composure returning as he gestures toward the deeper ruins. I follow, my mind still swirling with the story of the mermaid's kingdom. For once, I don't have anything clever to say. For once, I'm not casting explosion. A magical city ruined by greed. And here I am, chasing their tear like it's just another prize. Great job, Mayrin, truly noble of you. Leonidas' voice is steady, calm, but there's a weight to his words that I can't ignore. Magic is a gift, but also a responsibility. One that shouldn't be taken lightly. Darn it, I know he's not just talking about the mermaids. He's talking about me too. My magic's caused plenty of chaos. Mostly harmless if you ask me, but standing here in this place, it feels different. It feels heavier. You didn't think it'd feel like this. Coming here, seeing all of this, makes me wonder if I'm no better than the ones who destroyed them. Recognizing the cost is the first step. What you do with that knowledge is what defines you, Lady Mayrin. I nod, though my chest still feels heavy. My magic has always been my way of standing out, but now I'm not so sure. Angelo, over the quiet one, says nothing. Thanks. I glance at him, his face is unreadable. Even Angelo seems affected. That's how you know this place is serious. If it can make him pause, it's practically sacred. Him pause. Leonidas raises his hands in a silent prayer, and the light radiating from him bathes the ruin in some kind of ethereal glow. May their spirits find peace, and may you tread with respect for what they left behind. The light from his spell flickers gently. For once I have no witty retort, no dramatic commentary, just silence. Maybe that's what this place deserves. Leonidas finishes his prayer and glances back at us. There's a small smile on his face, grateful, gentle. It's the kind of smile that says everything without saying a word. I nod again, though I can't quite meet his gaze. Angelo adjusts his daggers, his signs continuing to speak louder than any words. For all our differences, maybe we're not so different after all. We each have our scars, our regrets, our reasons for being here. And for once, it feels like we're moving forward together. As we leave the ruins behind, I glance over my shoulder one last time. The shadows seem to linger, whispering secrets we'll never fully understand. Maybe that's for the best. We swim deeper into the ocean, the ruins fading from view, but the weight of their history stays with me. I'm not sure how much longer this game is going to go on, but I am feeling very physically tired right now. So I think that I'm going to continue this, if not later tonight, then maybe on Saturday? Found it. Do not kick yourself out, Hope. Do not. Forbidden. How can you play Monster Hunter if you're kicked out with the gay rights? Oh, yeah. I didn't actually look very closely at the description. I am not sure if there is a Fujo end. Man, that would be nice though, wouldn't it? What if we've been the third wheeler all along? This is where I left off because I started dying. Can't play Monster Hunter anyway, burn your hand. Oh! I'm praying for you, Hope. Wait, aren't there like professional gamers who can play with their feet and stuff? Like they do that for multiplayer games. They play one game with their hands and then a second character with their feet. Hope, have you considered? You can even make a separate VTuber model for your feet? Yes. Technically, we're pro gamers because we are ostensibly being given some amount of money in order to play games as a reward for playing games. Technically. Mermaid's time. The water grows darker as we approach the heart of the ruins. Okay, I didn't expect us to run into this. And then there it is, a massive whale-like creature with a horn protruding from its head, floating ominously in our path. I didn't realize narwhals are this big. I don't think anyone's giving me money for playing the game specifically. I'm giving you the money because you are a good friend. Ugh, I'll handle it. Angelo unsheaths his twin daggers. Is that what we're calling them these days? Ready to kick some whale behind. Before he can dart forward, Leonidas holds out an arm, stopping him in his tracks. Let me at him, let me at him. But it does make you a pro friend. Wait, look at its eyes. The creature slowly opens its large eyes. Not just a creature, it's sentient, and then to my utter shock, it speaks. Actually, you mean sapient? Looked it up, narwhals can grow up to 17 feet. I didn't know narwhals had any feet. I am Cyrenius, last guardian of the merfolk. I failed my charge, and now I linger here, bound by guilt and duty. What brings you to these ruins? I mustn't attack the final guardian of the deep. One horn, 17 feet. 16 vaginas. Maybe even more. Imagine. His voice resonates through the water, deep and saddened. Leonidas bows slightly, his expression reverent, while Angelo simply lowers his blades, though his grip remains firm. I must not set the guardian on fire. But my brand. I love fire. It's okay, we have a save right before this. Anyway, have some of this and get it out of my way. You can only cast this after he introduces himself. I raise my hand, summoning flames that swirl through the water towards Cyrenius. The fire sizzles and crackles, somehow burning even in the ocean depths. You dare attack me? Cyrenius lets out a deafening roar that rattles my very bones. The water churns violently, turning the peaceful ruins into a scene straight out of a nightmare. Who could have predicted this? His massive tail thrashes, sending shockwaves through the water that crack ancient stone pillars and send debris tumbling around us. Lady Mayrin, what have you done? My best. Before I can finish my excuse, Cyrenius charges forward, his horn glowing with a fierce otherworldly light that screams, "You've made a terrible mistake." We fight. No, we leave. Angelo's grip tightens around his daggers, his black and red tail flicking sharply, as if preparing to dive headfirst into the fight. We can take him. We absolutely cannot. I've fought worse. Cyrenius roars again, the ruins shuddering as the cracks spread through the walls like spiderwebs. Angelo moves to dart forward, but Leonidas blocks his path with a patient, practiced grace that speaks volumes about how many times he's had to do this before. We're not fighting the ancient guardian of the merfolk. He's in the way. He's not in the way. He's a grieving ancient soul protecting sacred ruins. You gotta respect your grandpas. Wants to murder us. Yes, because someone thought it'd be a good idea to throw magic at him. Perhaps? Look, he was looming. Looming's never a good sign. You expect me to see a massive horned sea creature and not assume the worst? Hi, Punch. Also, I forgot to say hi, Kaha. Hi, Kaha. Have you tried talking? Talking's boring. They gave me a fire symbol in the top left and expected me not to click it? Serenius lets out another thunderous roar, his glowing horn cutting through the dark water like a beacon of doom. A harbinger, even. I miss my beautiful husband, Tartaglia. Right, Angry Whale's still here. We're leaving now. Fine, halt. No, you don't. Before Angelo can argue further, Leonidas grabs him by the arm and starts dragging him away. Angelo lets out an annoyed huff, but he doesn't resist. Oh, I notice he keeps his daggers drawn just in case. Oh, this is going swimmingly! I do love the art style in these sequences, yeah. And as a reminder, they are cheapy in-universe too. They are so small. Save the commentary for later, Lady Mayron. We flee through the crumbling ruins, the walls shaking as Cyrenius' furious roars echo through the water. Ancient pillars collapse around us. I can't help but feel I've just slightly ruined an important part of history. Just a little bit. So, about that tear. Gone, along with any chance of redemption for this encounter. Okay, but in my defense, though, I don't remember this part in The Little Mermaid. Oh, that's because we're not mermaids. Technically. We did drink a potion to let us turn into mermaids. The actual mermaids are extinct. Is this offensive? No defenses, no excuses, just stop casting magic at everything that moves. No. Pudding Pop Panda! Hello, welcome! I'm playing an otome game. And then later tonight I'll be trying to romance Dillis. Keyword is trying. He still refuses. I still have another event to go through and then another couple of days of... Oh, this one is titled, You're Just a Third Wheeler. Let me pull up the link on itch. Da-da-da. It's a cute one. You're a kind of chaotic sort of witch who's been not kicked out of your house. You're just on a journey. A journey that your dad thinks will be good for you. Mayron, more like Marine, am I right? Hey. Leonidas rubs his temple, clearly resisting the urge to say something far less saintly. Lady Mayron, please. He is in agony. Angelo, still trailing behind us, finally speaks. Could've won. Nah, I'd win. We would not have won. We'll never know. You cast Fireball. Sometimes you'll get an option in the top left corner to cast a spell, and sometimes it's not correct to take... Oh, wow, 4 years! Oh, that's a whole presidential term. Again, for 4 years of fun streams that sometimes make my day and others at least begin my night. Great watching you gain skill and confidence, and you've only become more fun to watch because of it. Aw, thanks, Tuxie. Thanks for sticking with me. I'll keep on doing my best. Alright, and next week is my anniversary. Wonder if I should do something special for that. That is a what day? That is a Friday. A Freya Friday. Yeah, vote me for president. God knows I would do a better job. Wait, I forgot there's a minimum made for presidency, isn't there? You have to be like a minimum of 35 or something? Ugh. I glance back over my shoulder at the ruins we left behind. Iranius's glowing form disappears into the shadows, his sorrowful, angry gaze lingering in my mind. Hi, Ivory! Well, that could have gone better. It turns out I should not have shot a fireball at a whale. Whoops, I did it again. Let's not do this time. Well, Mr. Cyrenius, we're here for a mermaid tier. At least we have President Tuxie. Yeah. You see, I have to win a potion competition, and before you say anything, yes, I realize how that sounds, but hear me out. Which Pokemon is that? Is there a narwhal Pokemon? I've kind of lost track around, I don't know, probably around Generation 7? Now we're just temporarily fish. Normally we're land dwellers. Like, for example, the guy with the red tail there, he's normally a cat boy. Or, well, not cat, lion specifically. But look at him, he's a cat. I swim forward, clearing my throat dramatically. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's telling a story. And if there's one thing I am amazing at, it's at making that story sound absolutely vital to the fate of the world, even if it is just about me. It is about me? That's right, there's more than 7 Pokemon. I come from the Brightguard family. Perhaps you've heard of us? Oh wait, of course you haven't, because most of us were murdered at coup d'etat. Yes, really? My father, Altair Brightguard, is the sole survivor of our noble name. Why, you ask? Because he's a genius mage and hero who... Lady Mayron. Lost everything in one fell swoop. His brother gone, his entire family wiped out, and yet, like the phoenix from the ashes, he rebuilt what was lost, but that's not all, oh no. She's actually telling the truth here. Iranius lifts his massive head slightly, his sad expression now tinged with mild curiosity. There's over 1,000 of those things. They've basically been sticking googly eyes on household appliances at this point. Haven't they been doing that since Gen 1? I mean, I'm aware of the big shot newest Pokemon, like Smoliv. I would die for Smoliv. And the bread dog, whose name I can't recall. The bread dog who evolves into a Holodog. I would die for Holodog. Angelo crosses his arms, his dagger's now forgotten, as if intrigued despite himself. Good. I also have strong feelings for Smoliv. Positive ones. Good stuff all around. Yeah, puppy mochi. Die for it? No, diet of it? Yeah! Yeah! Let's talk about my mother, my Brideguard, the woman who once worked for Raven Roughknight, a dark, twisted genius who tried to take over the world. A little bit of spoilers, but don't worry about it. Right, Fido, that was its name. Can't believe they made a bread dog but not a hot dog. Oh wait, we have Arcanine. She was enslaved, forced to serve his evil whims. That's not entirely correct. But did she let that define her? Absolutely not. She broke free, turned her life around, and married my father, becoming a legend in her own right. She can also enter I'm not sure if it's romantic, but a deep relationship with Raven instead. And she does in the true ending, but we're not going to address that. Ivory's childhood was fortunately Pokemon free. You are free from the temptations of Pikachu. Houndour. Oh, that's a good one. Your favorite Pokemon's Candle? Can't complain about the Object Mon. They're good Mons. My favorite is Dratini. It's so teeny. Like it's got a bit of the grace of a Dragonair while being so chibi. And dragons were super overpowered before the fairy type were introduced. I will always have a special place in my heart for Gloom. Aww. Litwick is so adorable. I'll put my hand in its flame to feed it some life energy anytime. That's the spirit. She's really going for it. Let her. Then there's me. Mayron Brideguard the third, the middle child of Wait, all at once? Wait. What? Wait. So when Mai and Altair had 7 kids, 6 of them were at the same time? Mai? Altair? Altair! Altair, the fertility potion was too much. Altair, Jesus Christ. No wonder your wife wants revenge. Jesus Christ. No, wait, Jesus doesn't exist in Fantasia. Cheryl and Oswald. Altair. Do you know what it's like to live in a family where everyone is a genius? No, allow me to enlighten you. Okay, now this is just trauma dumping. Yeah, memory thing's still going on. I wanted to finish it last stream, but then I got the coughs, so starting it again. What was the name of that lion? Lionitis? The secular sextuplets. Yeah, Narnia. Adorable hiding Pokemon on me. Oh god, I miss Pokemon on me. It gets happy if you put your hand in the flame. Like you were petting its favorite spot, even though it doesn't count as petting it. Because you are actively feeding it with your life. So it's happy. That's so moe. Oh, and I adored Esper. And how it didn't like if you tried to pet its ears. But it did still reveal its ears sometimes. I paused dramatically, gesturing wildly as Serenius' eyes seemed to blink in slow fascination. Leonidas rubs his temple, clearly torn between exasperation and amusement. What, like my brother didn't tell you about this before? My siblings are all brilliant. Iron the Scholar probably inventing the cure for boredom as we speak. Kylie the Alchemist who could accidentally blow up a continent but would still be praised for her creativity. I can blow up a continent too, you don't see me bragging about it. And the brooding Shadow who probably solved world hunger while sulking in a corner. Oh, the duelist who can defeat furniture and foes alike. Seriously, what do they have against the furniture? And Zemo, the enchanting enchanter, who once made my soup spoon sing. Why'd they do that? Sing, I tell you. And there's Shinra. Yes, thank you, Leonidas. Yes, there's also him. And yet, despite all this brilliance around me, I managed to shine. Why? Because I have a dream. A dream to prove I'm not just another bride guard, but the bride guard. And that's why I need this mermaid here to prove that I can win, that I can achieve greatness, and that I, Mayrin Wheeler Brideguard III, not to be underestimated. And with a flourish, throwing my arms wide as if addressing a grand audience. There's a moment of silence, save for the distant hum of the ocean before Cyrenius speaks again. Your tale is dramatic. Thank you! But also oddly inspiring. Odd being the key word. And I didn't set anything on fire even once. You should praise me for my self-restraint. I glance back to see Leonidas shaking his head, though there's a faint smile tugging at his lips. Angelo, meanwhile, seems genuinely intrigued. His usual aloof demeanor softened just slightly. If it works, it works. I turn back to Cyrenius, whose eyes no longer look quite heavy with sorrow. Instead, there's a faint glimmer of something. Hope, maybe? Hope, are you in there? Well, it is purplish. Or just amusement. Either way, I'll take it. Very well. To pass, you must answer my riddle. Fail and you shall not proceed. Listen closely, for I shall only speak at once. Don't worry, I have a backlog. I am born in the heavens, but live on the ground. I am essential to life, yet can bring destruction. What am I? What is it with mythical beasts and riddles? Enrichment. Born in the heavens, but live on the ground. Suckin' and truckin' is all that they crowned. The answer is fire? Ooh? I glance at Angelo, who crosses his arms as if deep in thought. And by deep in thought, I mean he's absolutely about to say something that makes no sense whatsoever. A siege weapon, a massive one, catapult-sized. What do you think clouds are just trebuchets in disguise? No, the answer is clearly... It's tea. Essential to life, destructive if improperly brewed. Oh no! Lady Mayron, please! Neither siege weapons nor tea, you're far from the truth, try again. Angelo shrugs, entirely unbothered by the ancient sea guardian's judgment, while I tap my chin dramatically, as if the fate of the world rests on my next guess. Alright. Volcano. Gigantic. Destroys villages. F is for fire that burns down the whole place. What if airplanes were trebuchets in disguise? We pretend that airplanes are trebuchets in the sky. I could really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. Oh, brilliant. Let's go with the thing that actually wipes out towns. Very subtle. My turn. I raise a finger triumphantly. Cake! With the dramatic flourish, I summon a flicker of fire magic, fully aware that fire underwater is a bit of a challenge, but I thrive on challenges. The flames sputter into a single, pitiful bubble that floats up and pops with an anticlimactic plop. And oh no, hang on. I didn't think this would result in a game over. Oh no, the surrounding water begins to heat up, forming an uncomfortable sauna. We're becoming boiled fish. Hot too hot. Lady Mayron, what were you expecting? An answer to the riddle? Ooh, boiling the frogs. It's soup. As I frantically wave my hands to dissipate the accidental hot tub, Angelo's lips twitch. Is he about to laugh? Leonidas, on the other hand, pinches the bridge of his nose. Please allow me. I wonder if I keep getting enough negative Leonidas points, will he eventually just quit? Like, not even quit as in kick out the third wheel, just bad end. He's just stabbed you. You made this paladin fall, look what you did. Cyrenius chuckles, clearly amused by my failure, before Leonidas steps forward. His serene expression tinged with exasperation, and bows slightly towards Cyrenius. The answer is water, Guardian, the lifeblood of the sea. At last, the voice of reason, you may proceed. At least Angelo liked it. Cyrenius shifts aside, granting us passage, and Leonidas turns back to the group with a pointed look. Let us continue. Well, that was my next guess. Sure it was. Okay, so I didn't turn us into soup. Cyrenius' voice echoes around us as the glowing maze materializes from the depths of the ocean floor. The walls shimmer faintly, shifting like waves, enclosing us within a labyrinth of light. The next trial is a test of strength, resolve, and most importantly, teamwork. Oh no! Navigate the maze and the path to the tier will be revealed. Oh no, I played We Were Here before. Great, a maze, just what I needed in my life. Hey, don't call me Mazerin. Teamwork, we'll need to keep calm and break it down, walls can't stop us. Hey! Angelo, it's a magical maze. It's not going to crumble just because you glare at it. I have to use my magic for it. Didn't say glare. Leonidas raises a hand, clearly trying to keep order before this degenerates further. Let's take a systematic approach. We stick together, move carefully, and before he can finish, Angelo strides forward and punches one of the walls with his fist. The wall ripples like jelly, unimpressed. We eat the walls. Yes, excellent plan. Let's solve this by bullying the architecture. Worth a shot. Meanwhile, I'm already muttering an incantation, convinced I can magic our way out of this nonsense. A spark of light forms at the tip of my hand and flares out toward the wall, only to fizzle out like a deflating balloon. What? No magic? This is ridiculous! What kind of maze doesn't respect the rules of spellcasting? It's a trial of resolve and teamwork. Clearly magic isn't the answer. Well, I'm fresh out of resolve, and teamwork isn't exactly our strong suit. Angelo picks up a rock and hurls it at a corner where two walls meet. It bounces off harmlessly, spinning lazily into the abyss. Weak spot. Yes, clearly. If at first you don't succeed, throw rocks at random things. Genius. Leonidas face palms visibly trying to maintain his composure. He's really trying his best. I don't know how we will survive without him. Enough. We need to approach this logically. If we argue or act on impulse, we'll stay trapped here forever. I mean, I don't mind holding hands with you guys forever. There's an abyss nearby. Maybe you can go under the maze and find a way in closer to the end. Yes, let's no clip. Forever with you two? Absolutely not. Fine, let's think. What do we know about mazes? They're annoying. Yes. They require patience. And if you don't have patience, destroy it. Fantastic. I see we're all contributing equally. Pachi pachi. After a few more rounds of feudal magic, rock throwing, and general bickering, we finally agree to work together. The whale is just watching us from 5 feet away. Alright. I'll memorize the paths we've taken together. I'll leave markers so we don't repeat ourselves. Still voting violence. Noted, if we find a wall that actually yields, you'll be the first to know. With a mix of grudging cooperation and growing exasperation, we trudge forward. We note every twist and turn. Leonidas leaves small glowing marks on the walls, and Angelo occasionally hacks at the walls just to test their integrity. Eventually, we stumble upon a strange, dimly glowing section of the maze. Ooh, this wall looks different. Angelo, want to take a swing at it? Oh, yeah! With a quick slice of his dagger, the wall wavers, then shatters like glass, revealing an opening. Wonderful! I was starting to think we'd end up as a tragic tale of 3 idiots lost forever. Mayrin, it's 2 idiots and Leonidas. Let's just be thankful it's over. Just like in the Dark Souls. Ah, the shimmering waters part, revealing an ancient underwater vault. The moment we cross the threshold, a strange light envelops us, and just like that, we're back to our regular forms. Are we going to turn mermaid again when we go back to the water, or are we just gonna have to swim back up? And once again, Mayrin Wheeler Brideguard III, fully human, fully dramatic, and fully confused about what's next. Hope you have more mermaid juice ready. It was a mermaid scroll, which was for a limited amount of time, so I'm assuming that they'll mermaid back when they enter the water. But then again, it would be really romantic if she had to share breath with somebody. And the third guy can just make do. I believe in him. Welcome to the Vault of Lamentations. The final trial awaits you. I didn't know that narwhals are mammals. Finally, let's get this over with. What do we have to do? Fight a kraken? Solve another riddle? Please let it not be another maze. The task is simple. To unlock the vault, you must... produce a mermaid's tear. That's it? How hard could just make someone cry? Angelo, tell me your saddest story. Or maybe Leonidas can read us one of his holy scrolls about eternal penance. Problem solved. But not just any tear. A tear born of true love's kiss. What does that mean? What does that mean? Hang on, I gotta take a sippy. The words echo ominously in the chamber, and I stare at him utterly flabbergasted. A true love's kiss? Are you kidding me? Who even designed this vault? Was it enchanted by a bard who writes tragic romances? I think so, yeah. The enchantment requires a profound display of emotion. True love's kiss is but a means to an end. Can it be any emotion? Because I think that Leonidas is feeling a certain kind of strong emotion towards me. I'm curious if that works as well. But of course, there are no rules against other methods, should you think of any. But none have succeeded thus far. I gape at him, flailing my arms dramatically. True love's kiss is but a means to an end. Yeah. He's right, but he doesn't have to say it like that. Wait, I was entirely right about mermaid society being full of voyeurs. None of it succeeded because this is ridiculous. You want me to kiss someone to make a mermaid cry? How does that even work? The mermaids were sentimental creatures. The kiss of true love was said to replicate the sorrow and beauty of their tears. Who am I to argue with mermaid logic? Voyeurs, the lot of them. And there are my eyes at him. He's enjoying this way too much, and for some reason he's starting to remind me of my mother. This is absurd, completely and utterly absurd. Why not just ask for an intricate magic spell or a riddle about a fox and a chicken crossing a river? No, it's gotta be a kiss. Rules are rules. I don't make the rules. I definitely don't make the rules. Oh, thank you for the sip subsidy. Angelo shifts uncomfortably, rubbing the back of his neck. Leonidas, ever the stoic, holds his arms and speaks calmly, though his tone is serious. I do miss when you guys' nips were out. We should honor the mermaid's last wishes. If this was their chosen trial, it is our duty to fulfill it. Oh, cool, so you're volunteering, Leonidas. Duty to a bunch of glittery fish people? You're saying that because you don't have to kiss anyone. Leonidas looks at me with an unreadable expression, while Angelo clears his throat. For some reason, they're both avoiding eye contact with each other. Did they kiss while I wasn't looking? Fake dating plotline where they're trying to convince a mermaid you're truly in love to get tears out of them. Two trucks holding hands. Two trucks holding hands. The passion. My big fat heart expand. Wait, what was the verse with the founding fathers cry? The extant mermaids cry. Wait a minute, you don't have a girlfriend or something, do you? Someone you can just smooch and get this over with? Oh, childhood sweethearts? Betrothed maidens waiting in some castle? They both turn their gazes to me, looking utterly baffled and, dare I say, offended. My confusion grows. But why are you looking at me like that? What'd I say? Lady Mayron, are you truly unaware? Aware of what? Angelo sighs, muttering under his breath. Unbelievable. What's unbelievable? Someone explain before I lose my mind. My Miku mind. We are your suitors, Lady Mayron, arranged by your parents. They said it with fewer bodyguards. Wait. Oh, of course the two of them would support bodyguard romance. Of course. Of course, given their histories. I'm not sure why I expected them to expect us to just have a professional relationship. I'm not sure why I expected Altair specifically to expect us to have a professional relationship. Oh my god. For context, Altair is a knight in the last game, the game that this is a spin-off to, with a crush on his lady liege. Yeah, that about checks out. Man! Not single, sort of engaged, to you. Sort of what? The realization hits me like a runaway carriage. The love potion, the mermaid tear, the bodyguards, my mother's devious smile, my father's sudden enthusiasm for this trip. It all clicks. Oh, my stars, she bamboozled me. My mother set me up. Oh, yes, this is what animation was made for. Tyrania snickers, his massive form rippling with laughter. He is practically vibrating with glee. This is excellent. Oh, this is delightful. I haven't been this entertained in centuries. You're entertained. My life is a convoluted matchmaking scheme, and you're entertained. Instead of helping their daughter prove herself as a wizard, her parents are trying to get her a husband. No, I mean, it also helps her prove herself as a wizard. And, you know, if she happens to prove herself as a wizard and get a husband, she'll move out and maybe risk blowing up her own house instead of their house. Just a bit to think about. Joke's on you, Mom and Dad. I'm going to move in my assassin husband with me. Absolutely. Continue, please. I throw my hands up in frustration while Angelo sighs, and Leonidas shifts uncomfortably. Neither of them looks particularly thrilled about this revelation either, but Cyrenius is having the time of his life. Why do you two even agree to this? I am a walking disaster, a living bomb. I burn things on a whim. I destroy sofas, set chandeliers ablaze, and cause an entire house to flood once. Oh, so she's aware. Did you not get the memo? Angelo, ever the inflammable one, grins like he's just won the jackpot. Yes, that's what I was promised. You promise? By God, you promise. Promised by who? Your mom said you were exciting. He shrugs nonchalantly and I feel my eye twitch. My own mother has sold me out. Again. Wish fireball option would appear. Me too. Now the hat is back since they're technically on dry land. Your brother Shinra also spoke highly of you. Why would he do that to you? I thought that he liked you. Let me guess, did he describe me as a gift to the kingdom or something equally ridiculous? Not quite. He said you were lively, gifted, and intelligent, and he didn't lie. I thought that you got along with him. Why would he do this? Leonidas's faint smile softened his words, but I'm too busy spiraling to notice the rare compliment. Lively, gifted, that's just fancy talk for a chaotic menace who keeps everyone on their toes. Honestly, Shinra probably just wants to pass the baton on supervising me so he can stop scaring off his own fiancé. Let him score. Angelo's grin widens as he barely suppresses a chuckle. Leonidas glances away and his faint smile threatens to grow. And then Cyrenius, oh Cyrenius, erupts into booming laughter, shaking the vault with his joy. Oh, this is rich. Truly the most entertaining mortals I've had the pleasure of meeting in eons. And this is what opens the vault. Why are you all laughing? I should be crying. Do you not all understand the level of tragedy I'm experiencing right now? Oh, little mate, your drama is worth more than any mermaid's tear. But alas, the task awaits. I throw my arms in the air sometimes, letting out a frustrated groan as the others compose themselves. If this is what my life has become, I might as well embrace the chaos again. This can't be happening. I have to pick? Pick? What is this? Some bizarre love triangle orchestrated by my mother? Literally, yes? I glance between Leonidas and Angelo, both of whom stand stoically. Too stoically. Meanwhile, Cyrenius looks like he's thoroughly enjoying my suffering. Time to decide, little mage. I glare at him, which only makes his grin widen. Of course he's finding this hilarious. Everyone finds my misery hilarious. Leonidas looks at Angelo, steps forward, his expression serene but distant. Lady Mayron, I believe this task is best suited for someone else. I don't think you fancy me enough for this. With a graceful bow, he excuses himself, leaving me blinking in surprise. Angelo shifts slightly, his gaze locking onto mine. The silence in the vault is deafening as Angelo shifts awkwardly, clearly out of his depth. Does Leonidas want to watch too? His usual confidence seems to have evaporated, leaving behind a man who looks like he'd rather fight another giant crab than do this. Me too, buddy. Alright. I'll try. His voice is low, almost hesitant. I blink. Is Angelo actually nervous? This is new. Okay, let's just lean in, close eyes, and kiss. Simple, like this. I lean forward, my eyes fluttering closed, preparing for what's bound to be the most awkward experience of my life, and then... Clomp. Pain explodes in my forehead as Angelo's head smashes into mine with the force of a battering ram. I reel back, clutching my head while he stares at me wide-eyed and horrified. Oh, Angelo, what the heck? What is a giant enemy crab if not an all-you-can-eat crab meat buffet with extra steps? Yeah. Well, I may bet that the shell-to-meat ratio would seem more worthwhile. I don't like to eat crab, not because of its flavor, but because it's just a little bit of meat under so much shell. But I think that if it were a lot of shell hiding a lot of meat, then that would be a lot easier for me. And I could just kind of pinch a small hole in there, just use a hammer or something. I refuse to believe they managed to do this without finding a step stool for her. Now, you see, he was trying to lean down, maybe even a small ladder. Thoughts on soft-shelled crab? I haven't had a lot of it, but I remember liking it pretty decently. The shell's still a bit annoying, but I can still swallow it. Kind of like watermelon seeds, you know? Instinct, sorry. Oh, his instinct for violence. Well, like killer instinct? Stab reflex, bad habit. Could you turn it off for 2 seconds? I rub my forehead, glaring at him while he scratches the back of his neck, looking as sheepish as a man with a collection of deadly weapons can. With a deep sigh, I steel myself and try again, leaning in slower this time, like I'm approaching a wild animal that might bolt or attack at any moment. Angelo doesn't move, but his hands... Oh no, he doesn't know what to do with his hands. Angelo, surely you're not trying to grapple me? His hands are clamped onto my shoulders, and not gently either. It's like he's preparing to throw me into the nearest wall. I glare at him as he mumbles something unintelligible. Help! With all these, the patience of someone trying to teach an ogre table man. Don't be racist, Mayrin. I grab his face with both hands, forcing him to stay still. He blinks at me, looking like he's about to short circuit. All right, we're doing this my way. Stay still. Oh, that's so romantic. I lean in one last time, and finally our lips meet. And of course, Angelo, being Angelo, doesn't know how to do anything gently. Oh, this is beautiful. The kiss is aggressive, like he's trying to win a battle. It's not bad, but wow, it's a lot. Are you sure? It looks pretty bad to me. Their tongues are battling for dominance, their teeth are battling for dominance. A mermaid tear appears, glowing softly between us. I pull back dazed as Angelo stumbles slightly, looking like he's just run a marathon. The little sprite animations in this game are impeccable. I prefer shrimp or prawn over crab in terms of, like, ease of use, you know? Oh yeah, definitely, I feel ya. I just, like, have some trouble sometimes with, gripping and ripping. You know, the heads off the shrimps. I'm not sure why, it's just, I tend to leave a lot of gunk on there, and I'm not comfortable with the gunk. I know that the gunk is technically edible, but it's all gunked up. And then I gotta wipe it with a napkin, but that wipes away the sauce too. I guess that's just what happens when you tear the head off of something. Ah, yes, that'll do. That's probably the most emotion he's displayed in, 10 years, maybe more. I blink at Serenius, then at Angelo, who looks like he's about to pass out. His eyes are glazed over and he sways on his feet. Angelo, are you okay? Did your brain just short-circuit? Processing. Too much. For the love of sit down before you fall over. I grab his arm and guide him to the nearest flat surface, where he promptly slumps over, half conscious. Iranius chuckles, clearly enjoying himself. You might want to tend to him, my dear. Poor lad's not used to this sort of thing. You think? This is the guy who dragged the monster chicken onto a ship like it was nothing, but one kiss knocks him out. Unbelievable. I sigh, sitting beside Angelo as he mutters something incoherent. This day just keeps getting weirder and weirder. We step aboard the ship, and the first thing I notice is Leonidas standing on the deck waiting for us. Okay, so he wasn't watching. His usual serene expression softens as he spots us, visibly relaxed for the first time in days. Lady Mayman, Angelo, you have returned safely. His voice is calm, steady, and annoyingly warm, like he wasn't even worried. Meanwhile, I am still fuming over the nonsense I've just endured. Leonidas, hold that thought. Shinra! Shinra, who is lounging with his arms crossed, straightens up immediately. He knows what's coming. What, you got the tear, didn't you? Mission accomplished, right? Oh, sure, if you call having to kiss Angelo mission accomplished, why didn't you tell me about this engagement nonsense? Because if I did, you'd set everyone on fire? Yeah. You're lucky I haven't yet. Shimura sighs dramatically, clearly bracing for my wrath. Meanwhile, Angelo's wandered off to the side, facing the horizon with an empty stare. He's still recalibrating. Wait, you kissed Angelo? What did you expect? Why is the catboy clutching some kind of beetle to his chest as if it has the power to protect him from the godless misery that will surely befall him in this story? Oh, no, there is a god, but I don't think she's represented by a cross. But he is a holy man. Nice traditional paladin. His gaze darts to Angelo, then back to me, a grin spreading across his face. And now he's just like that. Like what? You know, staring into the void. Maybe you broke him. I glance at Angelo, who hasn't moved an inch, his eyes fixed on nothing. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was some kind of brooding statue, just like my sibling. Excuse me, Lady Mayron, I'll go check on him. Leonidas steps over to Angelo and places a hand on his shoulder, his usual healing glow enveloping them both. Angelo, did you suffer blunt force trauma on the way back? Perhaps a fall or a blow to the head, technically. No. Are you sure? Your gaze is unfocused, symptoms of a concussion? I'm fine. Yeah, sure, that's what everyone says right before they keel over. Maybe Mayron's kiss knocked something loose? Shinra, I swear. Before I can finish, Angelo, still eerily calm, reaches for his crossbow and slowly raises it in Shinra's direction. Off the in-law. Ah, there it is. I knew you were fine. Another sippy for me. Shinra laughs completely unfazed. Michelangelo lowers the crossbow with a sigh that could probably sink the ship. Leonidas steps back, his serene mask firmly back in place. He's fine. I pulled my hat over my face, wondering how I got stuck with these lunatics. As if the whole mermaid tier kiss ordeal wasn't enough. Next time, Shinra, just let me burn the ship, it'd be less stressful. But then what would I have to laugh about? He dodges my glare with an infuriating grin, while Angelo silently goes back to brooding, and Leonidas resumes his peaceful stance. Wonderful. Just wonderful. The ship creaks softly under the blanket of night. I lie in my cabin, staring at the ceiling, clutching the mermaid tear like if it's my lifeline. Finally, after all that madness, I did it! I got it! But just as I began to drift off, a sharp noise jolts me awake. The door busts open, and before I can react, strong arms grab me. I shout, but it's muffled by something cold and slimy pressed against my face. What the? Oh, are the pirates looking for the mermaid's tear too? Right, I probably should have expected that since they are literally pirates. I struggle, but it's no use. My limbs feel heavy, like they've been weighed down with iron chains. A faint, glowing symbol shimmers over my wrists. A seal. Not the cute, barking kind. Hang on. I just noticed. On the game's description, it says that these are the two romanceable characters. That much is obvious. There are 3 unlockable CGs for each kiss. I don't know if that means actually for each pairing there's 3 different kiss CGs. That seems like a lot. But what if that means there actually is a Fujo route? I gotta look myself. I gotta look. You guys gotta look. I posted the download the download link before. The hunt is on. When I come to, I'm in the ship's deepest, darkest cabin, surrounded by the smell of damp wood and salt. My hands and feet are bound by glowing magical sigils, and worst of all, my precious mermaid tear is gone. No. After echoes from the doorway, sharp and mocking, it's Ceylin, her flippers flapping against the wooden floor as she saunters in. You don't have to keep describing them as flippers. Isn't this a Renpai game, thus being very rippable? Yeah, but I don't want to cheat unless I've got no choice. Cheating comes after I'm sure I have 100%, and then I want to see what exactly I had to achieve to get that. Ahoy there, little miss. Miss me? Thought I'd believe you that shiny bauble wouldn't want you to lose it now, savvy? Ceylin, get back, you waterlogged backstabber. Ceylin cackles, clearly enjoying herself. Don't take it personal, lass. It's just business. Your shiny little tear will fetch a price higher than the heavens themselves. The captain's gotta eat, aye? You're nothing but a slippery, slimy thief. I'm proud of it. Besides, what will you do? I've sealed your magic tighter than a Kraken's grip. No fireballs, no tricks, no sparkly explosions. You're a helpless little fish now. Aren't Krakens, really slimy? I don't imagine that their grip would be that strong. She flicks her flipper dismissively, turning to leave with a satisfied grin. Enjoy your stay in the brig, lass. Try not to chew through the wood. Oh, wait, you can't. You don't know the strength of my teeth. Her laughter echoes down the hall as the door slams shut, leaving me alone in the suffocating darkness. This can't be happening after everything I went through, after kissing. Now this. Not even calling her a brine-marinated wench, shaking my head. No, she used wench last stream, I think. Glance at the glowing seals binding my wrists, my frustration bubbling over. My body tenses and a sharp instinctual need to break free takes over. No magic, no problem. Let's see how your little seal holds up to my fangs. Num num num. A low growl escapes my throat as I bare my fangs, sharper, deadlier than any ordinary human's. Because as a reminder, she is half demon. Without a second thought, I lean down to sink them into the glowing seal around my wrist. Magical bindings pulse against my teeth, trying to resist, but I bite down harder, tearing at it like it's a stubborn piece of meat. Come on, Slippery, I'll show you, Slippery, you flippered lunatic. What do you have against the flippers? The seal crackles under the pressure, sparks flying as it begins to weaken. My jaw aches, but I refuse to let go. Whoa. Bye-bye! Man, chapters 12 of that Siffrin fic, huh? Man. Anyway, we're in jail now. If there's one thing I know, it's that no one, and I mean no one, steals from Mayrin, Wheeler, Bradgard III. The darkness around me seems to hold its breath, the tension rising as the steel wavers, its glow flickering like a dying lantern. Is the demon thing why she's good at fire? You can't just assume all demons are good at fire. But I think it's why she's really good at magic, yeah. Almost there, just a little more. With one final bone-crunching bite, the glowing seal shatters into a million sparks, fading into the damp air of the brig. My wrists are free, my magic is back, and I am officially done playing nice. Ha 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 ha! Oh, Ceylin, you have really outdone yourself this time. Let's see how your ship holds up to a little magic. Ha 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 ha. Which of her parents is a demon? Her mom. And demons are kind of a separate species here. They are... I'm not sure if I would call them reincarnations, but I think that's the closest analog. They generally don't regain memories of their previous lives until they're older and meet something that triggers it. But they are born in the underworld from the regrets of the living. Who became the deceased. Yeah. It's a fun setting. I really recommend it. The first Fantasia game is getting remade. Oh man, I can't wait for that. It was announced a little after the third game, which is At Regime's End. At Regime's End is so good. It's got a lot of references to the previous two games, so I'm not sure if I could actually recommend that as a standalone. But At No, I just think very fondly of the Amnesia series, the whole Amnesia universe in general. The extended Azure X Twilight universe, including Doppelganger. Doppelganger, which takes place in the same universe as Reset. Actually, I think that Reset is also tangentially related to Fantasia. Because there is a character who travels between Doppelganger and Fantasia. Two of them, technically. Oh, but I'm ranting. Time for violence. Let's break the seal using magic! The seal! We already learned about using fire on a very flammable ship. But consider... I step back, summoning a crackling ball of fire in my palm. It glows menacingly in the dark cabin, illuminating the damp walls like a sunrise of vengeance. That doesn't even work as a simile. Yeah, okay, but now we don't like the ship or the people running it. We also didn't before. Let's turn up the heat. With a flick of my wrist, the fireball slams into the door, exploding into a blaze that incinerates it into nothing but ash and splinters. Oh, that's really controlled, actually. Didn't spread anywhere? The door, or what's left of it, flies outward with a spectacular display of magical force, leaving the way clear. I step through the doorway, brushing off imaginary dust like the absolute legend I am. Yes. If you guys don't mind missing some references, though, then yeah, I really recommend Fantasia at Regime's End. The protagonist, really good girl. Her name's Ass. She's got abs. She's her own character. There's also a Yuri route. And all of the routes are really just astounding stories. Even the solo route for when you didn't reach enough affection points or flags to enter anyone's route proper. Just the way that everyone intersects, everyone's alignment, the enemy of your enemy might not necessarily be your friend. The person who's your ally might be someone you find abhorrent, things like that. Game's good. For writing in general, really good. Before I can take another step forward, I hear a startled shout. The splintered remains of the door crash to the ground, and as I step out of the corridor, the first thing I see is Angelo crouched over a lifeless body. Did you kill this man? That's so romantic. He casually yanks an arrow from the corpse, the bloodstained tip gleaming in the dim light. That's concerning. His cape now sporting a lovely splattering of blood. I wish we had a sprite for that. Billows slightly as he stands and looks at me. His eyes narrow, scanning me up and down, like he's assessing whether I'm missing any limbs. You okay? His voice is calm, almost detached, but I swear, just for a moment, I see something in his expression light up. Relief, maybe? No, couldn't be. Does he like me while he is engaged to me? Yes, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. She is planning a remaster of the first Fantasia game. Fantasia, well, that was Realm of Thanos, right? Or was Realm of Thanos the second one? I can't remember off the top of my head. Let me look. Yeah, it was Realm of Thanos. Man, I love Realm of Thanos. They are such an important game of indie VN history. Yeah, the second one was Requiem of the Abyss. It'd be really nice if that was remade too, if only to complete it and complete the trilogy in a way that she would be satisfied with in a modern sense, but I still have such fond feelings for it. Such fond feelings. Oh, just look at those sweeties. I would die for them. I would die for them. Nazim, my precious. I'm not parasocial. Before I can process anything else, he strides toward me, his crossbow resting loosely in his hand. He stops in front of me, cowering as he mutters an almost unintelligible apology. Sorry, this is faster. What's fat? Before I can finish, he bends down, effortlessly scoops me up. I weigh less than a sack of potatoes, and starts running down the corridor. His other hand holds the crossbow, trained and ready, because apparently Angelo Valmont doesn't need both hands for fighting or heroics. Is this actually happening? This little POV of we are running behind them. His cape flutters dramatically as he moves, and I am half convinced he's doing it on purpose just to look cool. He adjusts his grip on me as he runs, making sure I'm balanced properly while still maintaining his deadly poise. Magic. Despite my initial disbelief, I can't deny the efficiency of this situation. With one hand wrapped securely around me, Angelo uses his crossbow to take out anyone blocking our path while I fling spells from my precarious perch. I said magic. Okay. Phew. A fireball streaks down the hall, lighting up the shadows like a miniature sun. Angelo doesn't even flinch as it roars past his shoulder. FGO cutscenes could never put this much effort into the visuals. Yeah, they're saving all of that cinematography for the proper VNs. Mahoyo sweep. God, just really blown away by the cinematography of Mahoyo. I still haven't actually finished it. I am taking my time, enjoying it in bite-sized pieces. Over more than a year. It's good, okay? Good aim. Was there ever any doubt? We burst onto the deck where Shinra and Leonidas are fending off the last of Seelan's crew. Angelo sets me down, finally, and raises his crossbow, picking off the remaining attackers with a calm efficiency that's equal parts terrifying and impressive. Took you long enough. What were you two doing? Sightseeing? If you call being carried like a sack of flour sightseeing, sure. Lady Mayrin, are you hurt? Just slightly traumatized, thanks for asking. Shinra grins, his usual smugness fully intact as he leans on his sword and surveys the carnage. Well, at least you're all alive. That's something. Angelo, next time maybe don't carry her around like luggage. Faster this way. Don't encourage him. As we regroup, I can't help but glance at Angelo, who's reloading his crossbow with a practiced ease. He catches my eye for a moment, and there it is again. Relief? Pride? Happy pride? Whatever it is, it's gone as quickly as it appeared, leaving me more baffled than ever. Shinra wipes his blade clean and turns to me, his expression somewhere between amusement and exasperation, again. Do you remember, Mayrin? The joint magic spell mother and father used to do? Oh, joint magic? Oh no, firestorm? Yes! Exactly. I'll do wind and you do fire. I love to do fire. Yes! Yes! Captain, I don't think it'd be wise for Lady Mayrin to cast her. Let me have this! Want to give it a shot? Yes, do I? Yes, 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 yes. Shook my headphones away. Too late. My excitement momentarily eclipses the sound of battle. This is going to be amazing. We step together, channeling our respective powers. Shinra summons a swirling vortex of wind, and I conjure fire, the two elements merging into a blazing inferno. Yes! A glorious, unstoppable firestorm. Oh, that was so cool! Oh, I wonder where they got that one, or if it was bespoke. Either way, that was such a cool visual. Except it's not as contained as I imagined. The spell roars to life, engulfing the deck, the sails, and the entire ship. Is it because I use magic too much? Is it because my brother knew I love fire so much, and he decided to give me one single reward? Mayrin? I'm not at fault this time. This is what you wanted, right? This is what we wanted, right? Total devastation? Of the enemies, not the ship. Details, details. The slippery hill groans and shudders beneath us. Its once sturdy wood now smoldering and cracking. Smoldering, you say? Yeah, whose idea was this, Shinra? Angelo rushes to the rail, his cape billowing in the chaos, while Leonidas throws up a barrier to shield what's left of the crew. Ship sinking. Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, we noticed. In the midst of the madness, I spot Sealand making a hasty escape. Her mermaid tear glints in her flipper. You don't have to keep describing it as flipper. Her flippered hand as she disappears over the edge. Mayrin, at this point, it seems a little bit microaggressive-ish. Oh, come on. Sealand's gone, the tear's gone, and this ship is definitely gone. Lady Mayrin, the water's rising. We need to act now. Suggestions? Oh! Look at this. Check this out. I gotta do it to him. You know I gotta do it to him. With absolute confidence, I summon fire. More fire sounds good. Always a good idea, right? Turns out, fire doesn't exactly stop a ship from burning. Who knew? The slippery eel groans one last time before breaking apart completely, sending all of us plunging into the ocean. Lady Mayrin, sink faster. Well, at least we'll all die together. Thanks for the morale boost, Shinra. We found her in the water for what feels like hours, watching Sealand vanish on the horizon. It's not until days later that we're rescued by another ship, this time one of Mother's fleet. Mother's surprisingly amused, Father not so much. I brace myself for the incoming lecture. A burning ship, Mayrin, really fire magic on wood? It's not my fault this time. Oh, she's so much like you, dear. It's adorable. This is not adorable, Mai. Needless to say, the mermaid tear is gone, my dignity is shattered, and I'm grounded. Again. Here's how we can still save this. We use the earth magic to grow more wood for the fire faster than the fire can burn. Is wood included in earth magic? Thinking quickly, I summon the strength of the earth beneath the waves. Vines and roots shoot up from the ocean floor, wrapping around the sinking ship and holding it steady. Extremely unfair that they grounded you for this, considering the entire journey was their plot. The crew cheers as the slippery eel stabilizes, though it's still heavily damaged. Well done, Lady Mayrin. Stable, for now. Don't get too comfortable. Sealand's still out there with the tear. I nod, determined. There's no time to celebrate yet. We need to regroup and find that conniving seal. The slippery eel limps back into the port, held together by little more than magic and sheer willpower. As soon as we dock, everyone disembarks, scanning the crowded port for any sign of Sealand. There. Angelo's sharp gaze locks onto a figure in the distance, a familiar seal woman, flanked by what looks like the remnants of her crew. She's holding the mermaid tear, its iridescent glow lighting up her grin. Ahoy, landlubbers, come to take your trinket back, eh? Fat chance. Sealand raises a tear and a shimmering aura envelops her. She's transforming into a magical girl. She laughs, unsheathing her cutlass, the blade catching the sun like it was made for drama. The remaining crew, though outnumbered, look just as eager for a fight. What do you mean There's even less of them as there are of us? She's used the tear to make herself invincible, and that? It can do that? This won't be easy. Good. That single word, Angelo draws his crossbow, his cape billowing behind him as he strides into the fray. That's me! I'm the fray! He moves like a shadow, cutting through the chaos with brutal efficiency. The port erupts into a cacophony of sounds, clashing steel, and Sealand's endless barrage of ocean-themed puns. You'll be sleeping with the fishes when I'm done with you. Does she ever stop talking? If she's anything like Mother, probably not. Well, Angelo decimates her remaining crew, which is impressive since, as established, she's got less than 10 already. With unnerving precision, Leonidas stays close, raising barriers and healing injured allies with a calm focus that contrasts the chaos around us. Stay close, I'll keep you shielded. I'm not planning on dying today, thank you very much. Ren and I lock eyes, and he nods. The two of us charge Shilen, her glowing form standing out like a beacon in the melee fire. I thrust my staff forward, summoning a roaring blaze that dances across the docks. The flames lick the air, casting dramatic shadows across the chaos. Shilen, let's turn up the heat. We'll burn the whole place down, you fiery menace. That's the plan, teehee. The fire surges towards her, a blazing inferno that forces her back. But Shilen, ever the dramatic villain, laughs. Fire's cute laughs, but the ocean's my home turf. They thrust her cutlass into the ground, and a wave of seawater rises up, clashing against the fire. Steam hisses, billowing out like a fog that shrouds the battlefield. Joke's on you, I played Dwarf Fortress. I know that steam can also boil you. You're making things worse. It can also boil me. But it's fine. Now I'm making it dramatic, there's a difference. As the steam clears, Shilen steps forward, drenched but grinning. Your flashy magic won't save you, but it will give me a story to tell. Leonidas steps beside me, his expression calm despite the raging flames. Control the flames, Lady Maven. We don't need more collateral damage. Why? Fine. With a flourish, I focus my magic, drawing the flames inward, till they spiral around Shilen, cutting off her escape. Trapped like a lobster in a pot, clever lass. Shinra takes the opportunity to charge, knocking the cutlass from her hand. Angelo, ever efficient, aims his crossbow. I could go for a cutlet right now. End it. Gladly. With a final blast of controlled fire, I knock the mermaid tear from her grasp. The glowing gem clatters to the ground, its light dimming. Defeated by a bunch of landlubbers, what a tale this'll be. Do any actual, seafaring folk call people landlubbers? Is that just a thing that they do in movies? I would imagine a more hip name. Like civvies, like normies, like the general populace, gen pop. Something like that. Landlubbers just... It sounds too cartoonish, Do pirates care about being cool? As the battle dies down, Leonidas steps closer, giving me a rare approving nod. I'll take that now, thanks. I pick up the mermaid tear, cradling it carefully as its warmth spreads through my hands. Let's go home. Yeah, let's. Pirates think they're cool, which is enough for them. I see. When we turn to leave, Shilen groans one last time. You'll regret this, you landlubbers. But not today, I'm too tired. Chee-eepy. We leave the defeated captain and her crew behind, ready to return with our prize and end this chaotic journey once and for all. The journey home's surprisingly uneventful, if you ignore the occasional bickering and the strange, lingering smell of the slippery eel incident. But finally, we're back at the mansion, safe and sound, with the mermaid tear in hand. The moment we step inside, I march directly to where Mother and Father are waiting, both looking far too pleased with themselves. My victorious daughter returns. Excellent work retrieving the mermaid tear. I trust everything went smoothly. I am doing so well. Smoothly, I used one of my so-called suitors to pass a magical trial. I almost got eaten by a crab, and let's not forget Shilen tried to rob us blind. I've been thinking lately about what other video to commission, but I tend to play a lot of visual novels, and those don't make very good highlight reels. So I will continue thinking. Yeah. Aw, darling, all part of the adventure builds character. I want Mai to pat me on the head with her paper fan. Or, well, not paper, I think it's an iron fan. It's a weapon, at least. Character, you're trying to build a marriage contract, that's what. What kind of shoujo manga is this? Oh, thank you for the sip. God knows I needed it. Mayron, this is hardly the time to— Oh, it is absolutely the time. I know this entire journey was just an elaborate matchmaking scheme, and I refuse to be a pawn in your romantic chess game. but Mayron, it's an otome. Come on, don't you love otome games? Father huffs loudly, clearly bracing himself for the storm that is me. Fine, if you're so against it, I will reconsider the suitors. Wait, really? If you win the Potion Masters competition. You're putting conditions on my freedom. That's outrageous. Aw, sweetie, we're just trying to keep you motivated. Now off you go, time's ticking. Grumbling, I head to my room and immediately dive into work. The potion must be perfect. Must be groundbreaking. It must not explode this time. Oh, the day of the competition arrives. The castle courtyard is packed with judges, competitors, and spectators eager to see the latest magical concoctions. My potion stands proudly on the table, the mermaid tears shimmering inside the bottle. I step forward as the judges approach, ready to demonstrate its effects. I really want to play Potionomics someday. Behold! The most powerful love potion in existence, guaranteed to stir the heart, ignite passion, and bring people together in ways they never thought possible. It is entirely untested. The judges exchange skeptical glances before taking cautious sips. At first, there's silence, then suddenly... You have the most radiant eyes I've ever seen, Judith. Oh, Gregory, I never noticed how charming your smile is. The judges drop their clipboards and embrace dramatically, professing their undying love in the middle of the competition floor. Gasps ripple through the audience as chaos ensues. Hey, just checking, is this permanent, or what's happening? Why are they dancing on the table? Maybe I overdid it a little. I mean, that just means you win, right? Despite, or maybe because of the commotion, the judges declare me the winner unanimously, albeit while still holding hands and gazing into each other's eyes. The winner of this year's Potion Masters competition, Mayron Wheeler, Brideguard III. The crowd's cheers echo around me as I revel in my victory. The potion was perfect, my genius unmatched, and the judges, hopelessly besotted with each other. Truly I'm a force to be reckoned with. Give me one last fire spell to cast. Behold, everyone! Witness the brilliance of Mayron Wheeler, Brideguard III. The competition is over, and your new Queen of Potions has arrived! Boom! Just as I am basking in my glory, a loud explosion shatters the celebration. My smile falters as I turn to see smoke billowing from the docks. Okay, for a second, I was worried that the judges exploded. That would cause big problems. Oh no, what now? Sure enough, Angelo strolls up, his crossbow slung over his shoulder, looking infuriatingly calm despite the chaos behind him. Sealand's new ship is engulfed in flames, the sound of splintering wood filling the air. We just keep doing it to her. Yeah, judges exploding would be bad for the competition. It's done, won't bother you again. He says it like he just cleaned up after dinner instead of setting an entire ship ablaze. I pinch the bridge of my nose, exhaling loudly. What, like your heart isn't racing from this? You set her ship on fire. I wanted to set her ship on fire. Yes. I stare at him for a long moment before shaking my head and laughing despite myself. You're lucky you're cute when you're dangerous. His eyes widen slightly, and before he can come up with one of his usual curt responses, I lean and plant a quick teasing kiss on his cheek. Aww! For a moment it looks like his brain short-circuits again. His lips part as if to say something but nothing comes out, then... Okay, what was that one? Did the Did the judges explode this? Did the judge? I'm sipping again. Did the judges? Did the judges? Oh yeah, stretching. Thanks. Did the judges explode now? Another explosion rings out, and we both see the ship next to Sealands go in flames as well. I give him a pointed look, but he just shrugs. Collateral. I sigh, rubbing my temples, but I can't help the small smile tugging at my lips. He's absolutely ridiculous, but maybe I don't mind. Later that evening, after the chaos has died down, I find myself sitting on the edge of the pier, the cool breeze brushing against my skin. Angelo sits beside me, silent as always, but the tension from earlier has melted away. Congratulations. His voice is quieter than usual, almost. Quieter than usual. Almost soft. I glance at him, catching the faintest hint of a smile on his lips. It's rare, but when it happens, it's disarming. Of course. Did you really doubt me? Never. His answer is so quick and sincere that it catches me off guard. I clear my throat, suddenly unsure of what to say. He tilts his head slightly, his gaze meeting mine. About the kiss. Oh, right, that. I sit up straighter, folding my arms in mock indignation. If you're about to critique my technique, I swear. I'll do better next time. Time! His words make my heart skip a beat, but then he stops, frowning slightly. If there's a next time? He looks away, the faintest hint of uncertainty in his usually steely eyes. I smile, leaning closer to nudge him with my shoulder. Maybe? You're still stuck with me, for now. His lips twitch upward, and for a brief moment the usually brooding Angelo looks content. He reaches into his pocket, pulling out another seashell, a beautiful iridescent one, and tucks it into my hair with surprising gentleness. Oh, beautiful. The word is still so quiet I almost don't catch it, and before I can respond, he stands, offering me his hand. I take it, letting him pull me to my feet. Maybe I don't mind being stuck with him after all. So cute. The two of us walk back toward the ship, sound of the waves lapping at the pier behind us. And as much as I hate to admit it, I find myself smiling the whole way. Angelo ending. Yeah, that was sweet. Raymond and Co. will return. Yeah, seems sweet and reasonable. They've got kind of crushes on each other. They might be going steady, or they might be just casually dating. But either way. That was a good side story. Play the Fantasia series. Play a lot of Azure Twilight's games, actually. But let me post a link in chat again. There you go. Long Since the Ashaton is so good. I also love Doppelganger, but there's some things that didn't age well. It's still one of my favorite mysteries, though. And Apricity, which was a collaboration between her and a different writer, I believe, Elsa, who also wrote a novel that you can buy on itch. Novel's nice too. Yeah. And I love indie otome games. Game's good. I need to see if there's a yaoi end. Kahal is playing the Caligula effect. A2, I do? Wait, is that the same person who did A2? Is it? I don't think so. Oh, Azure worked on that too. Whoa! I didn't actually know that part. Oh man, oh man. Just absolutely gorgeous writing. And the art has improved by miles. One of my role models for sure. Let's see, what are some warnings for this chapter of the Caligula effect? It's the aquarium chapter, so I suppose, just rampant overuse of the B word? The girls are fighting? Cat fights? It's less offensive than the other chapters, I think. So, I hope that you enjoy. But this is the aquarium chapter, right? It's not the Kuchinoshi chapter yet. I should pop in and check first. It looks like we're not in the dungeon right now, so we'll just find out together. Thanks for coming, everyone, to You're Just a Third Wheeler. This was a fun side story. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'll be sending you guys off now. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go! And to anyone who stuck around, this is video host Red Fukunaga signing off. Bye!